When the game gets rough and this life just seems so tough, make we talk, my people, make we talk. When this town becomes an ugly place, don't let it erase the smile from your face. Make we talk, people, make we talk. Conversation is the key, a guiding light for you and me. Spark a talk and you will see. Conflict solver A to Z. World leaders master the art of self-defense just by talk. So people, make we talk. Hey, we're living in a world that on ourselves we must depend. Make we talk, people.
Light it, make we talk. Jeffrey Tavares represents Yard and Broad and the entire diaspora. As long as it affects the life of our nation, uncover the truth, make we reason, make we talk. And we don't care about no vumva viva va. No upper echelon, nobody is not above the law. As long as it not help Jamaica, make we talk. Make we talk.
Good evening, gentlemen. Welcome to a special edition of Call to Action. This evening we have with us the man himself, the genius, the elder in the place, the man who, one of Jamaica's finest statesmen of all time, who has served his country well, Dr. Rupert A. Francis, former captain of the Jamaica Defense Force, chairman of the Jamaica Diaspora Crime Intervention Prevention Task Force. We have retired FBI agent, talk show host, Wilfred Rattigan. We also have Jamaican callers. We have Tigo and our good friend Lion. We also have well-known attorney, the man who don't mince word, Isaac Buchannan. We're waiting on H.NELSON Jr. to come on in. We also have our good friend Lion, the man who, when we need advice, we go over to him and he gives us his advice in a lot of things that is taking place on social media within our platforms. I'm going to hand over the procedure, much of the proceeding, to Mr. Rattigan. He's going to start off with us. Wilfred Rattigan, over to you.
Jeffrey. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. As Mr. Tavares says, this is a special edition of Make We Talk, and the topic is a call to action. You've heard it over the past several days. I mentioned it on my program last week. He mentioned it last week, and you've heard it from Jamaican Carlos, Dr. Francis, and others. But this is really a call to action. And what we would like to do today or tonight is to make an announcement and then discuss our plans going forward. I don't want to steal his thunder, because the person behind this call, actually it's a call for justice as well, is none other than Dr. Rupert Francis. You know him, you love him. He's been around, as they say, the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man too sweet to be sour. That's Dr. Francis. So, without further ado, what I'd like to do at this point is to have him come on and give us a background before we make the formal announcement. Just give us a background about his involvement with this project. And I say project because we don't have an organization. This is more of a movement, unlike what some people call a movement, where they have a formal document delineating roles and responsibilities and so on and so forth. We don't have that. Everyone here, almost all of us here, we have a different platform. We don't always agree, but there's some things that we agree on. And what we're meeting tonight to inform you and to discuss is one of the things that we really feel strongly about, and one of the things that there is absolutely no doubt we're in agreement. So without further ado, Dr. Francis, could you please walk us through your involvement and the letter? I know for some people it's kind of redundant, but we may have some people joining us for the first time, or people who just want to hear about the letter and then see the connection as we move forward. So, Dr. Francis, the floor is yours, sir.
Dr. Francis gone.
Dr. Francis? It seems like JPS is in South Florida. The Jamaica Public Service Company is over here now.
Well, we just lost Carlos. Oh, Carlos is back.
We have lost Dr. Rupert Francis. Well, I think you should continue for a while and see if we can get back to Dr. Francis.
All right. Like I said, I don't want to steal his thunder, but we've watched Jamaica deteriorate for several years. Actually, oh, there he is. Dr. Francis, the floor is yours, sir.
Yeah, my apologies. Some people just so listen, they keep on calling. Let me make it clear that thank you very much for the support that I've been getting. Thank you very much. I didn't do this by myself. Clearly, look at the screen, and these are some of the erstwhile gentlemen and women that were not here right now who assisted me in the process, made me make up my mind that this was the best direction to go. So for those who feel that this is a one-man band or it is not well thought out, I would ask them to just examine what we're doing and the way in which we are doing it in a very mature way, unlike the responses that we have been getting from the branches of the government and other friends of the government, and of course the worthwhile trolls that they have sent on to try to destroy our alliance, so to speak, and to destroy our reputation where they can, if they can, and to destroy the vision that we have for Jamaica and the mission that we hold dear to our hearts, and we will not stop seeking until it is recognized, realized, and we can collaborate with our home country. So this is not about me, and this is not about what my ambition. It is quite clear. I've been a lot of places, and we're not going to go through that again. And I represented the country just recently on this platform, and Brown was on it. He didn't remember that I was, in fact, on his board down in 2015 down in Montego Bay. But then after that, we created the Crime Task Force at the behest of the current ambassador of the diaspora, Jamaican diaspora in the United States. And we got approval, everything like that, just like the other task forces. So I wanted to let you know that this is something that I've committed my life to. I've committed my life to, as from the moment that I went to school, understood what it was to be a patriot. I've always done that. I don't remember if many of you are young enough or old enough to remember that young man who was walking in front of the casket of Sir Alexander Bustamante as they laid him to rest at Heroes Park. That was me. Also, I was Boy of the Year for Jamaica in 1968. Now I'm dating myself, but that's all right. And I didn't have any money to go to London School of Economics, which I had gotten I had been approved for, and Wolseley Hall, Oxford, and other law schools. So I decided that it was decided by my mother, who said, I brought you in this world and I will take you out. So, you better go into the army rather than misbehave. So I went into the army, and then I stayed there for 10 years, successful years, and many years that I learned a lot from the military, which I'm glad I did. Subsequently, so therefore, I do believe that not only am I a Jamaican born and bred, but I am the type of Jamaican who believes in Jamaica regardless of where I am in this hemisphere. And I would encourage those of you who feel like me and know like me, who knew what it was to have the real Jamaica that made reggae, the real Jamaica that made rum, the real Jamaica that produced the weed that we know is the best in the world, just like how the coffee is. Okay, now I can't smoke the weed. Many people may tell you because I had an experience in the military, and that's proved my point. But at the same time, now it's being sold officially everywhere, and unfortunately, we haven't been the beneficiaries of our legacy. So basically, that's my background. I'm from the North Coast. I'm from Ocherius, and so I'm here to tell you. And I went to York Castle High School. Big up to all York Castle. Big up to all schoolers. Big up to all of the schools out there who have representatives on the platform. Now, I did not come from the inner city area, but I can understand everything that they're going through and what have you. And I think that as lead, one thing I did learn about though is leadership. And I do believe that there is a not the type of leadership that I'm accustomed to in Jamaica. It is not there. Not that it isn't there, but it is not being shown and demonstrated for the poorest among us. And that is a concern for me. I did this particular thing because of the level of crime and criminology in Jamaica, and who it is, the main recipients of this crime are the poorest among us. Yes, of course, you have gangs and all that, but the poor people are in fear. Every day you hear it. And those who don't hear, just the Prime Minister just acknowledged that he's so upset now with the fear of it that he's going to bring in back the death penalty and whatever else he can do to make sure that these people are afraid. But that's not necessarily the answer. The answer is to find out the root cause of what is happening. And I do believe that the diaspora had, in fact, in 2016, when we started the crime task force, we had identified a number of issues and areas, not just including police and soldiers, that we could work with for the betterment of Jamaica. We brought it to the government. They started to do something, and all of a sudden, the minister changed, and everything has gone nowhere. And this is really, really very sad, because I do believe that the information that we gave physically to the government at our own expense, I do believe that if we had addressed it and had taken that into consideration, we would not be here today with almost 1,400 murders. And people are celebrating that we're 7.5% away from what we were last year. Ladies and gentlemen, that is a travesty. So here we are. So I'm saying to you, as a member who served 4 years with as an advisor to the Ministry of Finance, where now you have the global diaspora people, young people and older people and, middle-aged, they are now serving. And I commend them for their service, because it's going to cost them, not necessarily the Jamaican government. Yet the Jamaican government is in charge, has been in charge, and will continue to be in charge in spite of a diaspora engagement policy. Now, I say that is wrong. I say no, I now understand it. We had put together leadership people in the diaspora in 2018, and I've come to see that, yes, we should have a hand in it, more of a hand in it. In fact, the diaspora should be able to be leaders in the diaspora, since we are leading in sending back money. No, I don't want to bore you. Tonight, we have stated with just one letter I was able to send out with certain issues and concerns that I had. One was a crime, one was corruption, one was promises that were made, and a host of other things that we could point to. But you know what they are. We are not making the progress. But yes, we have roads. Yes, we have other things that people have done, and I commend them for it. But will we look like Jamaica in another 10, 20, 30 years? I'm not sure. I don't think so. I don't think the children, when I look at what is happening in the schools, etc., and I'm saying we must call halt. We must say to the government, it is about time we sweep out corruption out of our system. We make sure that this murder and these gang-related people and the whole nature and mindset of the people continue to be what it was in Jamaica and be great Jamaicans. And we now would like to see a better road, a better plan, better leadership in this situation. And if we do not get it, we will continue on our path. Now, we have said we are going to do certain things, ones to make sure that this is on the right trajectory. And tonight we are in a situation where my colleagues have come together with myself to talk about to announce what we're going to do about it. And there are those naysayers who said that we could not do what we say we're going to do. It's not going to go anywhere. But I ask you to talk about the thousands and thousands of persons. There are over nearly 7 million Jamaicans in the diaspora. And I guarantee you the majority of them feel as I do. They're afraid to go home. They're afraid to invest. They're afraid, and we should not be afraid to be in our own countries, ladies and gentlemen. So basically, that is what I have to say. I hope it was a fair introduction to the next phase of what we're going to do and say what we're going to do within a very short period of time. And I encourage all of you out there to support the One Jamaica Legal Fund. To support the One Jamaica Legal Fund. Somewhere you're going to get the information. It's very, very easy. Do not forget. Make sure, because, you know, it takes, well, I borrow from a phrase, which, you know where it came from. It takes cash to care. Right? But let me make it quite clear. It also takes love to care. It also takes care to care for those that are least among us. And I ask you, do not listen to the naysayers. Listen and work through your own brain and your own care and, you know, and God. I believe that some of us have forgotten where God is in the whole picture in Jamaica. Certainly, when I see the type of killings that are taking place in our country, I believe we do not love our neighbor, and we certainly don't love our fellow men. I ask you, you may not like me, but you may not love me, but you could like me, and that would be nice. I'm now going to turn over this whole situation this evening to my colleagues, and mainly the gentleman who has now started to be the what shall I say now? I would say the spearheader of this whole thing, working with us and so on. Wilfred Rattigan, the man I met in 2016 when I went to Jamaica with my colleagues Herb, Nelson, and etc. to talk to the Jamaican government. Wilfred Rattigan.
Yeah, Herb. I mean, Rupert, thanks. You just put that target on my back. You know, now one on the front already, so you put one on my back. But that's okay. Now, let me say that people have ascribed leadership and power and influence to me and in the diaspora. I don't have such a thing. I'm just one person trying to make a difference. And so people, what you're going to see over the next several months, you will see things being pushed out by various people in the diaspora. Let me just say that the things that you should really hold me responsible for are things that I participate in. So if you see a communication, it doesn't necessarily, well, it doesn't mean that I'm affiliated or associated with it unless you see my name or you see, or I come, you know, in the public square and I talk about it. Now, having said that, I encourage everyone in the diaspora to write poison pen letters. I encourage them to write to the US government. I encourage them to write to the British government, the UK government, and any government where they, you know, they think that might be helpful in the cause to help the Jamaican people. But just because I encourage people to write, it doesn't mean that whatever they've written, you can ascribe that to me. As I said before, the things that I'm responsible for, you will know, because I've said it many, many times for many, many years. When you look for Wilfred Samuel Rattigan, you don't have to look behind words and you don't have to look behind people, because what I say, I mean, and what I mean, I say. It's as simple as that. I tell you what I'm going to do, and then I do it. That's just who I am. I don't hide. I tell you what I'm doing, and then I do it. And I've said over the last several months that we're going to do something unprecedented. And when I say we, you're looking at a collection of people here. As I said, we don't agree on every single thing, and and that's to be expected. We don't, but we have a single-minded pursuit in helping the Jamaican people to get what the government promised them in 2016 and 2020. Some people say, well, what about before 2016? I don't care about before 2016. I came on the scene after 2016. So that's where my focus is. If you have something regarding a prior incident, corruption, whatever that happened in the past, then send it to me and I'll look into it. But this is where my focus is, and I'm not going to be distracted. That's just who I am. I'm laser focused on what we're doing. We spoke about the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation, its formation, its purpose, its goals. And I mentioned over the past several months that there were 3 things we're going to do. And now we've added an additional 2. The first 3, we were going to file lawsuits. Then in conjunction with the lawsuits, we were going to do background investigations, and we were going to do a public relations campaign. The 2 additional things that we've added, protests, and the last one is meeting with lawmakers to explore various ways and means to hold the government accountable when it comes to kleptocracy, human rights abuse, and corruption, particularly corruption. But we're not going to leave human rights abuse because we think we have a very solid case against the government regarding human rights abuses. So I need to make it absolutely clear, and several people have said to me, look, you need to make it absolutely clear that you are not a leader, right? You may inspire people, but you're not a leader, because if you talk about a leadership as far as this movement, and this is a real movement, not the bogus movement called the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, Global Jamaica Diaspora Youth Council. This is a real movement, and therefore the leadership is flat. Any one of us can take over the microphone at any given time and talk about the subject matter. We're not hierarchical. So if I'm not available, Carlos take over. If Carlos not available, Lion take over. If he's not available, Tigo, Jeffrey, Dr. Francis, and we have many more people out there. So if you're looking for a leader in this movement, you won't find one. What you'll find are influencers, people who come to the table with ideas. We don't talk about foolishness, who asleep with who. That's not our business, right? We come and we talk about issues affecting the Jamaican people and how we can create change, because we don't have to do it, but we must do it, because we don't forget where we come from, and we will never forget where we come from. And we still have people there, and we would like at some point in time, I'm sure, to go back home, because that's our place. And we're not going to let corrupt politicians and people of influence come in and just, ransack, rape, pillage the place and leave the people powerless. And by the way, people must realize that they're not powerless. And that's part of what we're doing here. We're encouraging, we're educating people to the point where they realize the power that they have. And we'll talk more about that. But let me turn it over now to Carlos and have him talk a little bit about what he's doing. And then what I'll do is then from Carlos, I'll go to ISAT, then I'll go to Tigo. I see Lion gone again. And then we'll wait for the big announcement. We'll have Jeffrey Tavares. It's his program. We're not going to steal his thunder. We'll let him make the announcement. So, Carlos, go ahead, please, sir.
Yes, good evening, gentlemen. Good evening, people in the comment section, viewers and listeners. Manners and respect, totally. Now, where we're at, you guys know, so we're doing a lot of talking based on the video we've been doing. And you see people in the comment section now when they say, guys, what are you talking about? A long time I talk, what are you talking about? But now, guys, it's call to action. Like we said before, we used to beg them to stop. But now we stop begging them. The amount of corruption in Jamaica, you can see people, even today. You hear about the Brother Water Commission. People, you cry, the amount of money we are losing. You heard the $100 million US, which is $15.4 billion from CAP, which is Clarendon Alumina Production Limited, that cannot be accounted for. And that CAP, they remove it, just that part of mining from under the mining ministry and put it under the finance ministry. I don't know why. There's a mining minister, but they removed just that part of mining, people. CAP, Clarendon Aluminum Production Limited, and they place it under Nigel Clark, the finance minister. Now we are hearing that we lose $100 million US, people. So now here we are. So now you see why the reason we should protest. Now you see what we should, if we even get weary and say, "Shall we not bother with this?" People every day in our face, every day in our face, people. You know, we are curious about this protest, people. We have the shirts, we have T-shirts to go, we got the logo, the banners and signs, and we are ready to go, people. And I'm appealing to everybody worldwide that Jamaican watching this video. Whether you vote orange, blue, it doesn't matter if you don't vote at all.
Okay, right. On the spot. You know what I'm talking.
There you go. Mute your mic.
We cannot water this down to just politics, people. That is too small. If we water this down to politics and make it big political, that is just going to be in a box. Remember, there's a lot of people who don't vote. And what about our kids? They don't vote. So we have to stay neutral here, people, and push this forward. So I'm calling everybody, if you're Jamaican, come out and support the cause. No matter where you live in the world, you come out and support the cause. No matter if you're just in your room alone with your family. Take picture, take video, put up on the social media, make you know so you're done with it. I don't care if you have a snowstorm in your yard. There should be no excuse on our house. Get on a picket if I'm cardboard, sign. Make it and make me know so make it feel on the people. And this movement will give the people in Jamaica strength, as I can see. Them can't come out and protest. If they even get a permit to come out and protest people, you got a police out there with long gun and riot gear intimidate the people. You already know that. So we're going to use the freedom that is given to us overseas. As you can see, we post our permit. You guys can go read the permit. It's not so hard to get a permit. You guys can go read the full permit. It's not hard to get a permit. And we will have police protection. So that's the right that is given to us over here. All the Jamaicans all over the world, use your strength, use your energy, use your rights. I remember them saying the best advice is Jamaica children. So that means the best advice is over here. So come on, guys. We're getting ready for this. Thank you, guys. Go ahead, Jeffrey.
Oh, yeah. You know what, Lion? Go ahead, cause you're in and out. You need Starlink. Or,
yeah.
The system.
Yes. I might have to tell. I said, tell me about Starlink. Yeah, I don't know if it can work in the country part. Yes, this is indeed an honor. You know, 6 brethren of not only sound mind, but a whole conscience, not for themselves, but for them people. And because of that, the voice of the people is the voice of God. So we are going to speak in one concert, in this call to action, and to make certain that this portion of history is never repeated in Jamaican's life again. I support wholeheartedly the move to protest. But now I can introduce myself. I'm Howard Martin Goldburn. People might see me in the chat as Howard Goldburn. I've known my good brethren, Wilfred Rattigan, affectionately called Ratty. Believe it or not, for 50 years. Can you imagine that? We feel old Ratty, no joke.
It's more than 50 years.
It's more than 50. I'm just being conservative.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, I was just being conservative.
The both of you look very young, though.
But I tell you, it seems as if the women in our lives must be complimented. Yes, but this is a great occasion. This is a great occasion, and I never before, not even in the event of Marcus Garvey's time, not even with the utterances of Bob Marley, never in the history has the Jamaican government from 1944 till now held to accountability by placing their feet to the proverbial fire, and they must have to answer. That is my introduction, sir.
All right, thanks, Lion. Isat, welcome to the program, Virgin. And I know you're going to get a guarded introduction, but that's fine.
No. I want to come up blazing, but I live in Jamaica. And I mean, they're killing 40. They're killing 40 here.
Why the
I
KFC
said,
is good to go, man?
But I said, Lion live in Jamaica too.
Yeah,
No, but
Jamaica,
Lion live a bush. Them not come up there for him. We don't want them chop down my Starlink, and we don't want them do me. They just kill a 14-year-old. I mean, I don't these things, and you know, I'm promoting my show, but when we say context matters, sometimes I'm a bit confused. I heard Dr. Rupert was speaking about the murder rate, and I'm just going back to it because we have to celebrate the 7%. We have to celebrate it, not defending anything, because we're in a bad state. Bad state. So if one life saved is a boy, thank you God. But so we're not in disagreement. We're just showing you how bad it is that we on the ground, we're celebrating it. So I just want to make that clear. But at the same time, we're celebrating it. You don't even know if you can speak out. I see Popcorn get fined $6,000. That's the free speech. So I'm only here because I support the protest and what Jamaican Carlos says, that the diaspora will do it. We get barrel from Uno, we get a dime and a letter and a 50-cent stamp and on a protest for us. So it goes to show that our hands and our legs is in fact the diaspora. Jamaica is the body, and the people who are outside are the hands and the legs. And to be honest with you, the brain as well. So make no mistake. It's out there because it's certainly, and I'm not throwing it any word, it's certainly not here. We are dealing with corruption, and that's what the Rattigan and the One Jamaica Legal Defense Fund is about. So we plug it every time because the corruption, it is real. It is real. It's not gonna go away until we address it, and we have to do it in a way where the truth is not an offense. Offensive, yes, but it is not an offense. And we need to get there, because as we are hearing the truth, we don't like it when we hear it. So I heard Mr. Tavares speak about Water Commission man. Water Commission man, respectfully, him don't do nothing because the law is not there. It's one. I'm sitting here wondering, why did the Integrity Commission bring it up? Because the law is clear that the statute of limitation is had passed.
1 year.
Yeah, it passed. So why are you slandering the man? And I'm speaking on it, and I don't know. Nobody don't believe me. Nobody don't pay me. Nobody can buy me out. But I'm saying that it is almost as if it is corrupted to bring up something when you miss the mark. That's not your mandate. That's not your duty. We want if you're going to ferret out corruption, there has to be consequences. Not shaming. If people can get fines and people can get sanctions for speaking words that don't harm people, then you cannot be you're speaking on this platform about millions of dollars and it just disappear and run away like it's nothing, and then tomorrow is another day. These are the things that we have to protest about. But more than anything is that representation matters. And so it is laughable. I still cannot get over it that the Youth Council, there are Jamaicans who are not even living abroad on the Youth Council to represent a people who is not here. Is laughable. And the head of an organization that would criticize Dr. Rupert is not even living in the diaspora. It's shameful and it is embarrassing. And had I known that this would be the state, I would have called TJ and I would have learned drift. And I would have been in a particular video because when Rattigan plays, and I get more airtime every week. So that's my introduction, and I'm here and I'm saying the 19th is a significant date because it is the start of something great, and this is how change comes. It's not about leadership, it's not about slandering, it's not about bad mind. It's about a better Jamaica for everybody and protecting the generations that follow. You hear Dr. Rupert asking if we saw him in front of Bustaman casket. We do. Some of us don't even know who Bustaman is.
The man who
You're
was
more than
down
date
to
yourself. Some of us is like, when was this 19 what? We don't even know what 1968 looked like on a calendar, but I'm gonna leave it right there, man. And thanks for being on the platform.
No problem. Let me just make a quick comment on the DPP and the Water Commission gentleman and his wife and the Integrity Commission.
Please do.
Yeah, no, you know, ISAT's absolutely correct. There is such a thing called a statute of limitations, people. And what that means is that you have a certain amount of time, the prosecutors, they have a certain amount of time to bring an action against somebody they believe to be guilty. If you do not bring the action within that time period, then you're forbidden from bringing the action in the future. So in this case, once it was determined that he committed certain violations, he and his wife committed certain violations, the government had 1 year in order to institute the lawsuit or the criminal charges. That wasn't done. No, you know, we can criticize the DPP, and believe me, she doesn't fall short of my criticism. But in this case, she complied with the law. So if we're going to blame anybody, and you know, I've been saying it for the last several weeks that I have a presentation on the Integrity Commission that I think you'll find quite interesting, because that group of people over there, I know they have 2 retired, eminently qualified judges, and they have an executive director that a lot of people believe in, and they have a whole staff of investigators, and they have you know, the corruption prosecutor, but they're letting us down. They are letting us down, and I'll give you examples when I do that presentation. I'm hoping to get to it this Saturday, but we have a lot of things going on. I don't know. I'll try, but it's failing, that organization. Remember, it was touted to be the mother of all anti-corruption organizations, and so far it's just it. And I'll show you too the laws that they operate under. Loopholes like crazy, like you wouldn't believe. By the way, do you know that the JCF shares jurisdiction with the Integrity Commission, that the JCF can bring action, the same action? So they have the right to investigate people that are being investigated by the Integrity Commission. So they can actually take over some investigations. So even though this gentleman, this Water Commission gentleman, is not going to be prosecuted under that particular statute, I believe there are other statutes that he can be prosecuted under, similar to Dr. McLean, the lady who allegedly took money from the Ministry of Education and disbursed it to some questionable organization, and they were supposed to do an action so to recoup the funds from her, and they didn't do it. Again, they didn't do it, you know, but that was another arm of the government. That was between the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Finance. But
let me ask you a question, Mr. Rattigan. Sorry to butt in. Is it that there is a hole somewhere, or did they design the Integrity Commission to have so much loophole?
You know, I can't. That's a good question. I can't speak to it because I haven't looked at the legislative history to look at what the discussions were while they were trying to formulate the law. But I can tell you that when you read it, there are so many loopholes in it. I mean, they should actually scrap it. And you know, you can't blame one party for that, because it actually spanned 2 parties. It actually the formulation started under the opposition, when the opposition was in power, and then it came over. I think the formulation started somewhere around 2015 or so. And
when Mark Gold was Minister of Justice.
Correct. And he himself said it on my program that he's responsible for creating it. And then in 20, but even if he had made a mistake, the government now, when they got it, they could have made the corrections because they have qualified people as well, but they didn't. And so the law passed in 2017 and the organization took effect in 2018. And now we're stuck with this. Tigo, say something. Tigo, you there? All
Here
right.
you go.
I had to get the mic on.
All
Yeah,
right.
I'm trying to get the mic on.
The
Well, I
mic is
hear you.
on now. Go ahead.
Okay. Yes, gentlemen, it's a pleasure being around you guys. And you guys doing a great job, all of us, because change must come in Jamaica. It have to come because we got so much people, young people in Jamaica have no direction, no sense of direction. You know what I'm saying? They don't have any knowledge. Nobody teaching them. The school system is broken. I remember when I used to go to school, I never have to pay. You just carry a lunch bag or carry your money for your sandwich or you get food from the cafeteria. Now you have to pay for everything. Jamaican people don't have that money to pay for school and to take care of their family. So what we're doing on the outside, because the people is so fearful of the government, they don't want to talk about nothing. They give up, they're broken. So now you guys giving them a lifeline. So now they said a drowning man hold on to straw. So now this is the straw we're gonna throw. So you guys, the demonstration will be great all over the world. You know what I'm saying? And you guys just open up a new door so Jamaica could get back up again and up and running. You know, we got to start export more than we import, go back to self-reliance, be a leader again, another follower. Because if America have a sneeze, Jamaica have a cold. We got to have our own direction. And our people got to get together and rebuild Jamaica. And it's a pleasure. I'll be at the demonstration and everything. It's a pleasure working with you guys, man. God bless.
All right, brother. Maria asked a question in the chat about the whether or not the offices, the Integrity Commission is sufficiently funded.
Why didn't we get Maria and Ratty?
Maria, I'll send her the link so she can join us. Yeah, that's a good idea. Hold on. Hold on 1 second.
If you're just joining us, where is a special edition of the Make We Talk program, a call to action special forum consists of Wilfred Rattigan, Isaac Buchannan, Dr. Rupert Francis, Carlos Tigo, Lion, and yours truly, Jeffrey Tavares. We're waiting on the Fox himself, Sir H.NELSON Jr. Hopefully we get him on. Go ahead, Mr. Rattigan.
Yeah, the last time I looked at the organizational chart, they had a lot of vacancies in the IC. I don't know if they've filled those positions, but I know they're adequately funded. And you can just look at the budget, the numbers, and you'll see that they're adequately funded. I think that they have some qualified people over there. And let me just use this opportunity to say, people, if you really love me and you really want me to get involved in Jamaica, really get involved in Jamaica and make a really big impact, big difference, lobby for me to be the executive director of the Integrity Commission, and you'll see remarkable changes, because I have a team that I'd like to bring in and to complement the team that's there already. And I'm telling you, the team that I would bring to Jamaica, I don't know, full team, and them don't know nobody at Jamaica, them don't want know nobody at Jamaica, them just want to come in, clean up the place, because there's so many things wrong with that organization, so many things. And I watch them come on before Parliament and them give them little speeches and them give them little speeches and them give them little speeches, and at the end of the day, this is what happens. This is an embarrassment to the organization for them to have that investigation to address, and then them whole what they should have done if the time passed, and the time did pass. They should have addressed it in such a way to embarrass the KSAMWC, whatever they call them, municipal corporation. They should have done something, said these people failed to do the following, they failed to inspect, they failed to do this, they failed to do that. A scathing report. That's what they should have done, right? And then put it out there. But instead, they conduct the investigation and then pass it on to the DPP and say, okay, make a decision on this. And she looked at it and said, oh, wait a minute, we can't bring this lawsuit. We can't charge these people criminally because the deadline passed. You have 1 year from the time you knew about it to bring it. And now you bring it. So I mean, some people have asked me, are things like these willful? Do they do them to make people get where? I don't know, but it's just embarrassing. just embarrassing. Jeffrey, it's your program, so make we talk. So I'm going to have you do the honors and let the people know what the movement, the real movement is about, and then we can just take things, we can just have a free-for-all after that. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. Welcome again, everyone. I have on my phone here a document that was sent to me by Dr. Rupert Francis. And it reads, the City of Miami Police Department Special Event Unit, notice of demonstration. The Jamaican Diaspora Crime Prevention Task Force on Friday, January 19th, on Friday, January 19, 2024, there will be a demonstration in Miami. The call to action movement. I hope I'm doing this correctly, Mr. Rattigan. If I'm not, you can stop me, please, sir.
Yeah.
This is a call to action demonstration. It will happen on Friday, January 19th, 2024 at 7 p.m. to 12 noon. Dr. Francis?
I think it's 8
a.m.
Yes, 7 a.m. Sorry. 7 a.m. to 12 noon.
Yes.
So it will be
8 a.m.
At 8 o'clock.
8 to 1.
8 o'clock. Yeah, 8 a.m.
Oh,
to
yes,
1
yes. Sorry. From 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. From 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. there will be a demonstration, and it is going to be a sidewalk. Going to be on the sidewalk, location sidewalk at 44W. What am I doing? Where am I? Sorry.
44W West Flagler Street.
My phone got.
All right.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it's the location is the sidewalk at 44 West Flagler Street. What's that? That's a location of the consulate, and it's significant and it's symbolic that we're protesting corruption and crime, among other things, going on in Jamaica, and we're doing it in front of the Jamaican institution in Miami. Now, I've been told, I haven't seen the official statistics, that we have approximately 1 million people living in that region.
In Broward County.
Right. Now the protest, and Jamaica and Carlos, you can correct me if I'm wrong. Dr. Francis also. My understanding is that the number of people that can protest at any given time in front of this building or any building during work hours in Miami is, I think it says 49. Am I correct on that?
That's correct. That's correct.
Right. So we can only go up to 49. But we want everybody to come out because we're going to take turns. We're going to rotate that 49. So we want you to come out and show your support for the people.
And you can line the streets. You can go all the way down and walk around and
walk around. Right. You just can't have more than 50 people standing in one position, stationary. But you can move around. So we need all of you to come out, because this is not about us. This is not, people are going to be traveling from far and wide to get there, right? And as I said, it's next week, Friday, from 8 a.m. until 1 p.m. And we're making arrangements for, refreshments and the media piece of it that we're working on as well. Some people have, provided advice regarding flyers. Carlos is working on that as well, along with what do you call it, Carlos? The board where you hold up there. You mentioned it a while ago. Placards. Right. Yeah. And we don't want to get ISAT in trouble, so we're going to leave ISAT in Jamaica. But what we're going to do is we're going to go out there and let our voices be heard, because we cannot sit idly by and watch what's going on in Jamaica. And we're not going to be intimidated. We're not going to be undermined by any bogus organization. We're not here to attend tea parties, cock off with liquor finger, and take selfies with so-called officials. We are the officials. We, the people, are the officials. What's that? 5,000 US per attendance. What that? I don't know what that mean megawatt. But we are the true officials. We are the bosses, and we are several million strong. We don't care about this little organization. It's an organization where less than 100 people voted in America and less than 200 voted in the UK, where even one person who claims to be a representative only gets 17 votes. No, we're not here for votes. We're here for people, right? And we're awakening the spirit of the people in Jamaica. And I cannot begin to tell you how many communications I've received encouraging and supporting us, because they said, listen, you guys can do what we are afraid to do in Jamaica. We have the right to do it, but we're afraid because the precedent has been set that if you criticize the government, you will pay a heavy price. Meanwhile, them can't find the top 200 criminals. Have difficulty despite the more than $1 billion they've spent since 2016. They can't find them. But you make a derogatory remark. You criticize the prime minister, and you see how quick them find you. In fact, what's interesting is that the man who I think he's made a reputation for himself for finding these people. I think he's retiring after 40 years in the JCF. At least one instance I'm sure I'm aware of where he pulled somebody from, or he assisted in pulling somebody from underneath their bed. So now he's retiring. So I don't know who's going to get that job. But I'm going to open up the conversation now. And Jeffrey,
Mr. Rattigan, 1 minute for me, please, sir. People are asking what colors to wear. Wear your Jamaican colors.
Yeah, man. Yes. One Jamaica. Wear your Jamaica colors. Yeah.
White.
Who wants our white
t-shirt.
Our white t-shirt. Yeah.
White t-shirt.
And by the way, if you come early, we have some t-shirts. If you come early, we have t-shirts. For the early birds, we have t-shirts for you, right? So high quality, the logo and everything, well done, professionally done. You're going to love the t-shirts. These t-shirts, you're going to wear them day in, day out to show your support.
And we're working on a live stream, whether it be Make We Talk live stream, our Wilfred Rattigan live stream, our Jamaican Callers live stream. We're working on a live stream from the event. Hopefully it can work.
Yeah, and then also what I want to tell people is that, because there's somebody saying if the UK, somebody asking about the UK. Folks, this is going to be the first of many protests worldwide. First of many. We're doing this one on the 19th, and we're also, look, if you're a government supporter, but you and I know some of you are, but you believe that what they're doing is not right, come out too. We're not turning away anyone. But what I'd like to explain is this: between the time that we have this first protest and the second protest is going to be in Washington D.C. The third protest is going to be in New York. And then we have a protest in London, and we have one in Toronto. We're still debating whether we should have them all on the same day, but we're gonna wait for the weather to break. Now, between the first protest and the second protest, we will be approaching Jamaica's international partners. Nobody can stop us from talking to them, despite this foolishness that the council put out saying that, their council and no diaspora group, should be in contact with Jamaica's international partner. Make them stop with, because we are going, and there is an act called the Magnitsky. Sometimes we just forget what the G is. Magnitsky Act, right? And we believe we have a very solid case to put before the U.S. government, as well as the UK and the Canadian government. They have a similar statute that this government, they have committed human rights violations, and they've been involved in corruption and kleptocracy. We believe we have a very strong case, and the penalty for violating the Magnitsky Act, revocation of visa, seizure of assets. And we're going to do that. That's what we're going to do. And also, again, we say we're not hiding now. We're not hiding nothing we do around here, because everything we're doing around here is legal. We have a group of attorneys and researchers, and they're looking now at every single law that's applicable to Jamaica concerning money laundering, kleptocracy, corruption, human rights violations. And I'm going to be doing a program on once we're done with the research. We're going to be doing a program on that. And so when we approach the international partners, we will be providing them with evidence. And some of the evidence is it's almost like a slam dunk case, because, for example, the human rights violations, the court ruled that states of emergency as implemented by the Jamaican government are unconstitutional. And we have instances where people have been detained for inordinate periods of time. In fact, just this morning, I sent off a 14-page question to the Ministry of National Security concerning this very same issue. Now, whether or not they respond, well, actually, they have to respond because there's nothing confidential about what I'm asking. But these are the things that we're going to be doing. And again, we're not doing it for power, prestige, or position. We're doing it so that the people of Jamaica can get a fair shake. Let me just say one more thing before I open up the conversation. A young man was shot. 2 young men, actually. That's what the report says. They were shot while trying to change a flat tire in front of Jamaica House. Think about that, people. In front of Jamaica House, where there's a guard shack. Look at the symbolism of it. What this tells you is that them people are barefaced. Them not care. Them will go anywhere for the damage to you. What happened after that? We start hearing, and I'm not sure if it's the same day, but I know this wasn't like, last month or last year, where the Prime Minister came out and said that for murder, you have to forfeit your life or spend 40 years in jail before you can even talk about parole.
I think it was last month, Mr. Rattigan.
It was last month.
Yes, I think it was last month or the month before. It wasn't it wasn't recently.
All right, good. No, in 2017, we had 1,600 murders. In 2015, we have 1,208. We haven't seen that number. We haven't seen that number since. So why is it that the Prime Minister now choose no for say, well, right now, boy, if you take a life, you deserve to lose your life. We have had instances where 3 or 4 family members were killed. Right? And nothing. Come up with this foolish, nonsensical thing about the Firearms Act of 2022, I believe. Yeah, 2022. Oh, if you get caught with a firearm, then you're gonna do this, you're gonna do that. And they caught a guy with a firearm and they gave him the maximum. And the same government is appealing that decision, saying it's too harsh. It's a full business. It's a full business. We're not serious about fighting crime. So what we are serious about, we're serious about fighting the government for doing what it's doing and doing what it's not doing. It's not fight. The corruption is rife, no matter what they tell you. Corruption is rife. Jamaica is ranked 41 on the corruption index. Anything below 50, any country below 50 is severely corrupt. That's what the thing said. Severely corrupt. So anybody who go and tell us, well, Jamaica is not corrupt, they are living in a different world. Don't pay them any attention. Anybody who tell you Jamaica is not corrupt, just look up the corruption index. Don't argue with them. Just Google the corruption index and look where Jamaica's position is. Jamaica ranked 41 now. Jamaica is always ranked between 37 and 41. Anything below 50, 0 means you're corrupt beyond repair, right? 100 means that you're doing fine. Anything below 50, you're severely corrupt. You're very corrupt. That's where Jamaica is, people. So anybody who tells the Jamaica not corrupt, crime, Jamaica is just teeming with crime. They put out a report the other day saying that Jamaica is one of the safest places. I guess it means safest places to visit if you're going to the resort, but it's not the safest place to live. Ask the people daily. In fact, small businesses are suffering now because I'm being told that people used to come and play domino on the piazza and play like a ludi and buy a beer and this and that. Them can't do it no more.
It's just, I don't cut you, Mr. Rattigan. Couple days ago, it was yesterday, I had a well-known talk show host, Conrad O'Brien, on my program. And Conrad said that they used to sit at bars and have the little drink and they can't do it anymore. What people are doing is going to all-inclusive from Friday night and have their drinks there and then come back home.
Right.
The local bars along the road, they can't do it anymore. Go ahead, sir.
And let me just say that the letter that Dr. Francis sent, people have, I don't know if people are read and understand, including government officials. That letter, the letter that Dr. Francis composed, sent out, that letter wasn't asking for a meeting with the government. And yet still people are saying, oh, we disapprove of the way it was done. He should have asked for him, could have come and asked for the meeting and this and that and that. They don't understand that what it's saying is that it's a call to action, as Jamaican Carlos says. It's a call to action. It's saying we're done. We don't want a meeting. We're done. We don't want a meeting. And them say, oh, you're going to embarrass the government. What do you mean embarrass the government? The government embarrassed itself. The government has embarrassed itself time and time and time and time again. So that letter was basically, the way I read it and the way I perceive it, it was basically a courtesy to the government to say, listen, you haven't done what you were elected to do. And therefore, we believe that we need to get out there and do whatever is necessary so that you can correct your ways and people can understand what's going on. But instead of looking at it like, you know what, these people, they're protesting, they're arguing, they're making this, statements that, okay, we're not going in the right direction. Let's do something about that. Instead of doing that, what did they do? Them turn against Dr. Francis. They haven't addressed the issue. Just this week, the junior minister and the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, he put a piece in the Gleaner. Go read it, people. Him not deal with none of the issues them raised in the letter. Him talk about the GDP to debt ratio. Him talk about the unemployment rate. Wilson him talk about the minimum wage, I believe him talk about, and a whole bunch of nonsense. Those weren't the issues raised in Dr. Francis's letter. So don't make them tell no nonsense. And by the way, tune in to Reason with Rattigan on Saturday, because Saturday we're going to have another dynamite program where we're going to expose the government, expose the corruption, and we're going to do it by showing you actual examples and looking at documents. We're not going to come there and just say, my mother dream me and tell me things and I believe so. And Carlos tell me, say, him neighbors, brother, uncle, sister, child, tell him, no. That's not how we operate around here. And also, we don't talk about people and them bedroom lives or whatever. We don't care about that unless the people must sleep with involved in a corruption. Then we get involved. But other than that, we're not in. That's not our thing. We're not get involved in that. We are talking about real issues affecting the people and how we can make a change. So, having said that, Jeffrey, I don't know if you want to open the phone line.
No, thinking about doing
we
that.
can do a free for we can do a free for all now. Just go around and we'll just say whatever our mind.
Yeah, we're gonna open the phone line pretty soon where everybody can call in and talk to us. But we're gonna go around the table again. Based on what is going on, based on what is being said a while ago, and a gentleman being literally nearly gunned down in front of Jamaica House, the Prime Minister's office, the People's House. Jamaica House belongs to the people of Jamaica. Doesn't belong to the People's National Party or the Jamaica Labour Party. It does not belong to Prime Minister Andrew Holness or Opposition Leader Mark Golding. It is the People's House. And Garden House belongs to the people of Jamaica also.
Let me just add one quick thing. Jeff. Look at the government's reaction. I mean, it's sad that this young men, because I believe both of them got shot. Sad that this happened. They're just changing a tire. And both of them, they got robbed and they got shot. It's sad. But look at the government's reaction to that. Them shut down the whole street for hours with forensics out there. Them bring out the whole arsenal. The whole arsenal of specialty where them have. Them bring them out and them do this and them do that and them out there for the cameras and this and that. Look on when poor people get gunned down.
Was just going to say Mr. Rattigan. If it was somebody below Crossroad,
Yeah, them fling the body them fling the body them in the truck back, and that's
Yes,
it.
but
You don't see this kind of thing. You don't see this kind of thing.
it's somebody from Cherry Garden of the Vumva the Vumva V, you know. So they have to bring them out, you know. All the Vumva the Vumva V will call the PM and say, PM, no, we can't accept this is unacceptable. But a dirty foot chose his boy from below crossroad. Get gunned down. That's it. Go ahead, Mr. Rattigan.
Yeah. So it's like, I'm not saying that crime, it deserve all of the attention that a crime of that nature should get. Let me be clear about that, right? That bringing out the whole last night, do it, but you must do it for everybody. You must do it for everybody, and it's not being done. It's not being done. And I've said many times before that, you know, when the government going to take crime really, really seriously, they're going to take it seriously when people are in a certain neighborhood, when them start become victims of crime. That's when them going to start pay attention to it. And it's shameful, it's disgusting that have to take place for them really react to crime or act to prevent crime or react to crime in a certain way. It's terrible. But anyway, Jeffrey, your program, I don't want to monopolize it. So do your thing.
No. I better you talk, you know. You have more
No, the more me talk, you know, and the more them say, the more me talk, and the more them say that, you know, me a leader for
and we are followers.
Everything is the diaspora, nobody is enough. Me hear me name a call. And I'm just one person, and I'm just doing just one thing. But anything we're going, them say, no man, Rattigan behind it, you know. So
you know, I just want to say that what you said is really very interesting, because what we want to do, you know, is that we would have hoped that a civil government, a government who was thoughtful, would have said, my God, we want to find out what this person has to say, because I'm not just any person. I'm not because I'm bigging up myself, but I served that government. I helped that government to be where they are on many occasions. And in addition to which, I was on the minister's role for about 4 years. And before that, I was an alternate. And we helped to draft the diaspora policy.
Which one of the ministers, Dr. Francis?
The Ministry of Foreign
Affairs. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade.
Yes, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. I was there from the gentleman you interviewed, Arnaldo Brown was there. I was there for years. And that's when we had the call, we decided to go and we participated. We spent our own money. I met with officials, the chief of staff, the chief of the police, you know, permanent secretaries, and so on and so right throughout. And we were, you know, they said that, and we gave them information. In fact, they came out with a 5-point plan, which was partly our stuff, but that's fine. But the fact of the matter is that we gave them an opportunity. And let nobody go through you. We gave them an opportunity. We told them we spent our own money and time and effort. And they did not listen. And they had the gall to come on a national program called Let's Connect with the Audrey Marks listening to say that, hey, you know, we have the best in the world. Yes, I honor the policemen and I honor the soldiers because, you know, I'm from them, you know, but at the same time, you can be so good. No man is an island. No man stands alone. Each man's grief is grief to me, and each man's grief my own. How can you be the best and you will not listen? You know, it's just like you're walking down the road and you know somebody says sit and them said I seat already. Come on, man. You need to understand that even the dull and the ignorant, they do have a story. So there's sometimes people can teach you wise stuff. That's why, you know, we have medicine from the bellies of our forefathers. That is better off than many of the medicines that we are taking and killing us. Okay? But we have to listen to each other. We have to work with each other. Can you be so close-minded? Can you be so indifferent? Can you be so arrogant that you will not listen to a person who's supposed to be a friend of yours? You wouldn't do it? Oh, he must want something. What the heck?
But Dr. Francis, it
Yes.
seems as if you take him as a friend, but they don't take you as a friend, sir.
Well, to be quite honest, I don't know anymore. To be quite honest, but it doesn't matter. I'm a friend of Jamaica, and those of you say, "Oh, sure he is." What do I
tell you one thing, what I've learned over my life,
What?
At a young man, I have learned one thing from my foster parent.
What's that?
When it comes on to people of the effluence of society, those of the why are you laughing at me, Isaac?
Listen, Jeff. Before you go any
Your
further,
pronunciation is just so flawless, and just your diction and it just yes. Continue, sir.
no, I'm just saying to you that I know that they're good people in Jamaica. Whether you want to call them from over, I know. I have to guess. I know that there are people who feel like we do. Right? I know there are people who want to see change, and it's not political necessarily. Right? They want to see change. Okay? They did not expect that, that, for example, you can't go into certain hospitals and you don't get the service that you're supposed to get. You'll die. There's not enough space. Okay,
Yeah.
yet we've gotten money to do what we're. So where are the funds? Anyway,
Before we go down that road, Dr. Francis.
Yes.
Let me make something clear on this platform here. It is okay for us to criticize, but do it respectfully.
Yeah.
Do it very respectfully. That's all I'm asking everyone on the platform who is commentating and typing and so forth.
Yeah,
And Miss Williams, Miss Williams in the platform asked a question a while ago. Isn't there police officers in front of Jamaica House 24 hours? Yes.
Yeah.
There's a security booth there.
Apparently, the security guard eventually fired at the men when they started firing, when they recognized what was happening. And that's how they left and didn't maybe finish the job.
Yeah, but how come they never call the ambulance? How come I'm father if left Cherry Gardens come pick him up and you have Andrews down the street and you up the street?
There you go.
Well, this is a situation. The service, the emergency services, that needs that we have a need to look at, because the way I see people are treated, it's just an amazing thing. I just don't know how we have reached that stage. And it's not just criticizing. We're not condemning, criticizing, and complaining. What we're saying is, for where we have reached in this world, and there's no country that doesn't know Jamaica. We have the most beautiful beaches and what have you. Why is it our people have to be treated in such a way? That's the question. And if you can say to myself, I'm all right, and the other person, because they don't have your money, is not all right, and you don't care about that, then enjoy yourself. Sleep good. Sleep good. I hope you sleep good. But don't complain when somebody comes in on you.
You know what amazes me, Wilfred Rattigan?
Yes, sir.
Ambassador Aluma Samba came on our program. You're on the program with me and her. And the ambassador said that if a letter should come across her desk, out of respect, she would have sent a communique to Dr. Francis, say, we have received your letter, and so we're gonna wait until not in her words, in my words now. We're gonna wait until Kingston give us an answer pertaining to what they want us to do. Have you gotten an answer from the ambassador, Mr.?
No, sir. The attack dogs were out, and the attack dog was a short man who know nothing about foreign affairs. I can say bold him. Don't know what I know.
And who's that short man?
In foreign affairs.
Who is that short man, Dr. Francis?
It's all right. Figure him out.
There's a lot of short person in the parliament, Dr. Francis.
Well, it's okay. Guess what? I don't want nobody to say me sue them because they have a Napoleon complex. Me don't want nobody to sue me.
Nobody not gonna sue you. The person's a public official.
Well, anyway, I presume. Figure out who it is. The shortest man in the ministry, I'm sure.
Let me just say that the silence is deafening, because generally speaking, whenever something in the nature of a criticism is filed verbally, written form or otherwise against the officials attached to the establishments here, the Jamaican establishments, the consulate and the embassy, they'd put out something. They'd put out a press release. They'd put something out addressing it. Even if it's something against the government, they'd put something out. But now they haven't put anything out, because you cannot defend the indefensible. You cannot. So here's what they did. They distract. That's what they do. They distract. They said, okay, we can't deal with the issues raised by Dr. Francis, so make we talk about the GDP to debt ratio.
Crime going down.
The regular person in Jamaica don't understand this GDP to debt. First of all, not even understand. Them not care about that. Them care about getting food on the table, a roof over them head, and a job, right? And the idea that crime is going. Listen, all right, listen to the Prime Minister what we have. Hear what I'm saying? Crime is going down, but the perception is going up. Crime is, and it's a crime has gone down. Crime is at the lowest point in 22 years. 22 years.
Ridiculous.
Lion,
What a
give me your
rubbish.
perspective on that, Lion. Give me your perspective on that. Lion, you can't hear. Lion,
Oh
gone.
Lord. His nut is going in and out.
All right, Carlos, give me your perspective on that. Crime is going down, perception is going up. Crime is the lowest it's been in 22 years.
Well, you never feel about that. I do not believe, I do not believe no figures, no numbers coming from this government. I don't believe nothing coming from the Prime Minister. If you want me to believe this Prime Minister, give us, present the 100-year promise to us. None of those promises came through. 100-year promises in 8 years. If you can't give us one of the 100-year promises in 8 years, or you expect me to believe anything coming from this, so Ratty, I really can't answer that with the justice system.
All right. No. Well, ISAT is in Jamaica. We don't want to get ISAT in any trouble, but we just want to ask him about his perception of the statement made by the Prime Minister that crime is going down, and but the perception of crime is going up, and crime is at its lowest point in 22 years.
So yeah, so let me respond to that, because I'm hearing a thing about I want to start with the uptown crime. I think that whatever the response was, the two young men, they're not dead, so something went right there, because usually, as I said, what you see happen to the 14-year-old, albeit from law enforcement, different results. Anything that saves lives, it was a successful event. That's all I'm going to say where that is concerned. Is crime going down? Well, the murder rate certainly went down, and I did address that, and that is important. I think that when we're thinking, when we are thinking about crime in the Jamaican space, it is the murder that people are worried about. Because once people are alive, them all right. Everybody else here suffering anyway, so it can be suffering and not have life. So when the Prime Minister says the violent crimes have gone down, he is right. The statistics, even with the end of year calling of the multiple states of emergency, it was enough to make the murder rate go down. If it goes even more, it's a better trajectory. What I need people to understand is there is no crime plan. I personally don't believe that the government has the answer to crime. So if the Prime Minister is trying, kudos to him. One of the things that we need to, I have to say it like that, and I always have to split justice or be fair where that is necessary. Is we still stuck with a Minister of National Security and a Commissioner of Police, which has it gotten better? I don't know, but certainly the statistics says one thing, and I'm not good with numbers, so I have to say that. But remember, before you answer, I just want to say this. My position though is we are worried about the murder rate and the shooting. I would have criticized the harsher penalties that are coming and think they're nonsensical. I reject mandatory minimum. I don't think that is the answer. Education, social intervention is what is needed. And because of that, the crime rests with how the people deal with crime, the people at large. in and outside of Jamaica. It cannot be a government effort. And I'm hearing talks of there being a change, waiting to see that. But the most you will die faster in a car than with crime. The bodies are piling up because of the nice roads that we have and the carelessness and the negligence from the people. I just don't want us to be lost where that is concerned. And that's
Let
what
me before you come in, Lion, let me just make two quick points. One is the question. You may not argue with the fact that you have fewer people murdered last year than the year before, right? That's a fact. However, I don't want people taking comfort in it, into thinking that, okay, we have fewer people who died, so therefore we're in a better place. The question I'd like you to focus on, though, Isaac, is the Prime Minister said that the crime rate is the lowest it's been in 22 years.
No, so that's changed now. I really don't think so.
Okay.
Crime rate. No, I don't think that. So those things aren't talking points to boast on. Last year, 2023 was a good year.
No.
With
Yeah,
like told me, you see how crazy that sounds. But I just wanted to say that, listen, we had 1 year that we said, wow, it's not that bad. And we can have a conversation about the young man on the bike. He's the most memorable thing that took place in 2023. He just gave his life away at the 11th hour.
The second point I want to make before Lion jump in is that you said that there's no crime plan. The police commissioner, the Prime Minister, the police commissioner, the Prime Minister, the head of the JDF, the Minister of National Security, and my favorite minister. I cannot finish this program or go on a program without mentioning her. Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith, aka Pina. They all said there is a crime plan. They all said, in fact, she said, yeah, drift away into oblivion. She said in December, she spoke very eloquently about the crime plan of Jamaica. She sat right next to the Prime Minister, and they both spoke about the crime plan, particularly the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, not the Minister of National Security. And she spoke about Plan Secure Jamaica. And she
Who did that?
She told people to Google it, right? There is a crime plan. Now, whether or not the crime plan has been properly implemented, well, there's no debate there. It has not been properly implemented, because here's one of the things about that crime plan. It talks about border security and border control. And we see what's happening with Haitians coming into Jamaica. Yeah, despite the fact we have boats.
I see planes crashing out, dropping out of the sky in St. Elizabeth. Yeah. So let me tell you, I'm not.
We have 18 helicopters.
We have who?
18 helicopters.
And probably we have people who can fly them too. That's all nice.
And we have about 14 F-16 too, do we?
Probably. And we have big boats and ships, and we have rafts, and we still have pocket houses. We have darts. If we link the maroons, we have shields and all the nice display. All of that is nice. Yeah, we can conjure the thing if we have to. If the Haitians coming in, we can respond. But that's the end of it. That has nothing to do with what's happening in the country and on the ground. So when I'm not being disrespectful when I said there is no crime plan, but we're doing it and we're making it up as it go. I don't expect, no matter what happens, because the Prime Minister is right. You control the gang situation, the gangs them dwindling, and say big shot police even decide say yes, 2023 was a good year, I can retire. Don't need to pull people from under beds anymore. 2023 was a good year. There's no crime plan. And I'm saying that so the people understand that what's happening on the ground is a different experience. And maybe last year has caused people in 2024 to say, well, we look like we can go jog on the road again. But that ended yesterday when them shoot up people at Jamaica House. Ain't nobody putting on jogging suits to go run up and down in Jamaica again.
And,
so
and you know,
those are the things I'm talking about. There is no crime plan. And don't expect it. It's a false expectation.
Well, here's the thing. I take exception to that. I say there is a crime plan. There is no implementation of that crime plan.
Okay.
And then we're off to a rocky start
Already.
this year. I think we have how many people, how many murders so far? Today's the 11th, and I think we're 30 murders in 11 days.
What? 330?
Yeah.
3 how much?
30 in 20 days.
Or
30
3?
in 11 days.
What, 30?
Yeah, in 11 days. Yeah.
I don't think we shouldn't count it. It's too early. It make the statistics look bad.
Okay. All right. Lion.
Gentlemen, in the light of this momentous event that is coming, I'm talking the protest. I'm looking at the fact that both the leader of the government administration and the leader of the opposition, they both have a garrison community. Everybody knows that garrison communities are the incubators for crime and for diehard supporters to maintain the power or authority of the persons that head them. In discussing crime and crime plan, the police force, health care, the lack of hospitals, let us be clear. It is not for the want of money, because we're getting billions from the diaspora as well as international donors. If we did not corrupt away 50% of that, Jamaica would have highways like the Autobahn in Germany. We would have schools that are comparative to those in Florida and other first world countries. It's not hard. It's not rocket science. So let us discuss what needs to be discussed. It's not the lack of ability either. And let us be straight. These persons that are in operation, they're educated persons. Let us not say out of bitterness, well, they're stupid and they're this and they're incompetent. No, it's not about incompetence. There is an underlying plan to dumb down Jamaica under partisan politics while Jamaica is being robbed and genocide is being inflicted on the country. That is operated every 4 or 5 years or whenever election period comes around. We have to call a spade a spade. What is going on in the country where you can seduce a nation coming out of slavery into believing that you're going to take them into a sovereign status of liberation, and you turn around organizing to pretend that you're governing them while you are taking every life out of them financially, socially, and now morally is happening. It is a plan. It is not accidental. It is a collusion. It is not one-sided. I've always said in the past 3 or 4 months, if one man in the US, and I'm speaking of Wilfred Rattigan, with other friends and persons of like mind who would support him, can do the type of activity that is now holding the Jamaican government to accountable. One man. What about the leader of the opposition? With how many persons they have in the cabinet? About 13? What? 12? What was it? Right? Plus, they're all lawyers, mostly. They have been steeped in politics. It is not The lack of ability, that is Jamaica's problem. Jamaica is bursting at the seams with educated and well professionalized persons. If you don't believe me, go abroad and see those same persons. What we have is a corruption so vile that it borders heavily on treason. If the threshold for treason is looked at, I can tell you that this administration is pretty damn close. Where do we go from here? Our voices must be heard, but we will not be coerced nor provoked, because you know why it's a good thing the demonstration is starting in the US? Because it cannot be manipulated by the so-called forces that be in Jamaica. Because they would have quickly sent agents provocateur to go in and try and mash up the whole thing, create violence, and then the whole of Arman Barracks and JDF come down upon you and say, yes, state of emergency, national now, because law and order is breaking down. So, in the interest of the restoration of law and order, we would have to curtail human rights. The devil is a liar. That plan cannot work again. Because what is taking place in Florida on the 19th of January has helped significantly to diffuse that. Because they're going to see an orderly demonstration, moved by God, organically put together. That's why it could not be preempted and therefore it cannot be stopped. We are going to see once and for all that what the diaspora has been doing has not gone unnoticed. In fact, it is coming to the fore right now. It's not only barrel and money you are sending. You are there thinking of yard and say it's supposed to be a better place than what it is now. And we were all hurting inside, even although we were living in a first world standard of living. We were never comfortable enough to forget where we're coming from. Now, here it is. We are faced with this reality. Don't look for persons in Jamaica anymore to be afraid. Why? The match has been lit in the diaspora. And I say kudos to all the brethren that are on this platform and others that are not here right now, and others working behind the scene, and women too. Kudos to them. Because the only time evil excels is when those that are good remain silent. And we have chosen to speak out rather. Now here we are at this juncture. We must be determined not to be deterred to the left nor to the right. Not to go back, but as my good brethren Rattigan said, and I feel I read when I went to Meadowbrook High School was just to meet that gentleman, Rattigan. We must lean into the wind, not lean back. And we are encouraging Jamaica now, don't care what kind of threat or propaganda you hear. Lean into the wind, Jamaica. It's called for action.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed, my brethren, Lion. Hey, me know say, Lion, me and Lion start up, Meadowbrook, and we had the same class for several years. And I always know that this man here, there's a certain spirituality and a certain amount of intelligence with him that when him talking captivate people. But them captivate people. You know, you can't captivate people for the wrong reason. I captivate people for the right reason, right? And he's unafraid. He's courageous. He's determined. And so we gravitate to people like that. If you look right here upon this panel, you know, see no educated fools are no idiot writers, so right? All of our writers have one singular purpose tonight and going forward, and that is to hold government accountable. And we're going to start with the protests. With the protest people, so they come out in on the tens and thousands. On to come out because we have to make them know. We have to send a message. And you know what I would have like? Some people say me shouldn't say it, but I would have liked to see a counter protest because we want to see the people them who support this nonsense. We want to see them because we are used to them hide and attack behind our back, but we attack straight out. But them attack behind the back, so we want to see them. We want to see a counter protest. And again, we do things that we not hide. A counter protest, Jamaican government, if we not plan to do a counter protest, all they can do is make it nicer because it's going to bring more attention than what we could have bring. So to bring the counter protest, bring the counter protest. We are going to make a whole panels by ourselves. But only bringing a counter protest because we are weight. And when we say weight, we're not dealing with nothing physical. We are talking about the kind of attention where the issue going to get. And not only that, we going to identify the people, the ones them in the wolf them in our sheep clothing. We are going to see them out there. The one them who come and tell you one thing in front of our face, and then behind our back, them make friends and carry on because them want to be invited to the parties, and them want to get selfies, and them want to get the red carpet roll out to them.
Yes, and
them people, they don't have the people's interest at heart. They
want to get the order of old donkey and all this and all that.
Yeah. Can I say something here? I want to say something, Mr. Rattigan, and
please go ahead.
I just want to say, get the statistics right in terms of the murders from 2011 to 2024. What the Prime Minister said is not so, because in 2011 it was only 1133, 2012, and I'm going to go up 11102, 1002 the next year, 1005, 1200, and let's just deal with the last 3 years. And in 2020 is 1323. Last year it was 1,474, and it was much lower than this last year. Okay, but everyone that is lower is good. But at the same time, please don't. There's no. I would not say I'm going to join Ratty in here and say this. There is a crime plan. The plan is to mess up Jamaica. That's a crime plan, in my opinion. They they're deliberately doing what they're doing because there's no other way. Because I cannot believe that every minute you see a shooting and you look at beryllium. What happened with beryllium? How on God's earth these guys could be so smart that they could do it about 5 times and nobody could do anything, and then it suddenly stopped. Let me make it quite clear. We're not stupid here, right? We're not. And so I want to commend everybody who has the fortitude to come out and speak about this, because we know that is not so. We need to look at what is happening. Look at this. I don't like statistics because there are 3 lies, damn lies, and statistics, as far as I'm concerned. But on this occasion, it is not lying because the people are dying like flies in front of us, and you can't even count the people who were shot and then they succumbed to the shooting when they went to hospital. So it might be far more than the 7%. So there are so many facets. Look at the children, the way they were killed. That is the worst part. The children, the girls, the boys, right? Their throats are cut. People's heads were cut off. Where on God's earth are you telling me that this is? I think that God has left us. We need a balm in Gilead, as my learned friend Lion just alluded. So the fact of the matter is that we really have to take things into, and those 3 persons who are saying that this should not happen, they know why they are saying that. They know within their hearts. But and they have a saying, if they can't catch quack, they catch themselves. How many times have they proven that? How many times? People like, when I see people like Jamaica Combs, Jamaica Carlos, and the people like him down there making waves, and people are listening to him and so on. Everybody here making waves. Continue to make the waves, because Jamaica is one of the most beautiful, one of the most erstwhile countries in the world, but we can destroy it and we can lose it when we allow others to come and buy us out, when we lose availability of our land, when we lose availability to our beaches, and we say absolutely nothing. Okay? When we do not respect our children by not giving them early childhood education and teaching them and feeding them. If you do that, I guarantee there are places in Jamaica now that is happening and is working. It's just that you don't know, Mr. Prime Minister. So all I'm saying is, and then just be courteous. Just be courteous. You're telling me that somebody comes and makes and you don't say a word. Nobody says a word. Why? Because you're hoping it to be a 9-day wonder. Well, it will not be a 9-day wonder. It won't be a 10-day wonder. See, because we're not going to ease up until you do the right thing that you promised us. And the rest of the team promised us. Okay? Friend and a friend. That is how it works, as far as I'm concerned.
Let me just say that for the Prime Minister's affiliation with the truth, he doesn't have an affiliation with the truth. In other words,
what are you saying, Mr. Rattigan? He's pathologically mendacious.
Well, you know, we have a dear friend of ours who's not here with us tonight, and he would say, and I'm trying to, I don't know if I can get it. I don't know if I can copy him, you know, accurately enough, but I'll try and say, and you are the liar, this man, not the whole world. I don't know who that. Lonesome. Big up yourself, Lonesome. Right? Himself the liar, this thing, not the whole world. But no, the Prime Minister, I think he's gotten to the point now where people don't believe anything he says, because he's lost all currency with the people for telling the truth. So people don't believe him. So I mean, he's hopeless. He's useless at this point in terms of communicating a message of truth to people, because he will now have to prove to people time and time again that whatever he's saying is truthful, because people just don't believe. They don't take him at his word. People have lost confidence and trust in him. And when you've lost confidence and trust in your leader, think about it. If you've lost confidence and trust in your leader, then everything is gone. Tigo, we haven't heard from you in a while. Come in, my brother.
Yes. Greetings again. Jamaica will have to get up, stand up and fight. Like Bob Marley said, our rights. It's only one love, one aim, one God, one destiny. And like Lion said, it's like a shadow government. I'll watch over Jamaica and hold us down. You understand? We have to come out from another spell. We're under a spell. And these guys on the platform is trying to break that spell with all of the Jamaican and all of the diaspora who must come together. Like Marcus Messiah Garvey said, stop being a follower and being a leader. Being independent, not dependent. We have to come together, come as one, and rise again. You understand? So I have to give good love and praises to everybody on the panel. You know, I'm just here having a vibes and listening, and I feel great. It's a great thing. I'd like to go back home and live and enjoy the beach and all of that. And you can't do that under this government. You understand? So I'm here. One love. All right.
Before you go any further, Mr. Rattigan, I must apologize to Mr. Nelson. He just reached out to me. He's unable to come on. We do apologize for his absence. He's unable to come on. And before Mr. Rattigan take back over, what we are saying in one voice, in one single voice, we're demanding a government of the people, for the people, and by the people. Not a government of the favorite few. That's what we want. A government of the people, for the people, and by the people. Ask not what your country can give to you, but what you can give to your country. And the time has come for all of us, for all walks of life, to raise the flag that we love so much and say with one voice and one cause, let us rally around a single cause and a single purpose. Let us rally around for Jamaica. We didn't come there by party pain. We came there by labor pain. And Jamaica is bleeding from within. So I say to my fellow Jamaicans, home and abroad, stand up for what we believe in. Stand up for Jamaica. Stand up for the land that we love. Not for any party. Mr. Rattigan?
Yeah, I have two questions for the Prime Minister. I don't think you'd answer them in public, but the first question I would ask him if he were here tonight, I'd ask him, Mr. Prime Minister, what keeps you up at night? And I'd love to hear him explain to me what keeps him up at night. He'd probably tell me that nothing keeps him up at night, which is a bad answer. And if he says something keeps him up at night, he'd have to say what it is that's keeping him up at night. And then we can debunk whatever answer he provides, because this man has gotten to the point where it's almost like he's without a soul. Almost like that. I mean, how could you not care for the people who have had so much faith and trust in a young Andrew Holness, saying that this man is our future. We believe in this man, and then you just let them down like that. Second thing is that, second question I ask him, Mr. Holness, have you ever benefited in any way, shape, or form from kleptocracy, corruption, or have you committed any human rights abuses in Jamaica? I'd love to ask him those two questions and have him answer me, because you know what? It's one of those things where any answer you give is a bad answer. Any answer you give is a bad answer, and part of that is based on your personality and your past performance. We know who he is. We know who he is. The videos don't lie about the lies he's told. The videos don't. So, you know, if you met somebody for the at least the way I operate is I trust you until you give me reason not to trust you, right? So if you usually meet somebody and they tell you, for me, and they tell you something, I usually say, okay, all right, fine, no problem. But once you've demonstrated to me that you cannot be trusted, then you can say anything you want to say to me because I'm not paying attention. And that's where we are with the Prime Minister now. It's going to take a lot for him to regain the trust and confidence and faith of the Jamaican people, simply because of what he has said and what he has done. Jeffrey Tavares, your comment, sir. And then we'll go to Carlos.
You know.
Oh, well on. You just talked a while ago, man. You can't shut down the program.
Okay, go to Carlos.
Carlos, come in, Carlos.
Go to Carlos. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
All right, guys. Let's talk about the real reason why we protest. And every time we get a chance, may I give you hints why we should protest and get serious about the country. Now, I read something yesterday, coming from the Jamaica Star, about this father who have a son, I think is of autistic, 7-year-old. Father can't find a school to send his son. He said, "Have the little boy from the boy was 3 years old. He raised him all by himself." So now when the boy graduated from basic school, he was accepted to a primary school. And his very first day of school, they called the father and said that his son had disturbed the school. Listen to me now. They called the father and said his son is disturbing the class. Remember, autistic child. All right. So there's no system, there's no school for them youth in Jamaica. It's like a handful of, I don't know how many schools, but I'm saying that to say this. Imagine a father like that. Regular school, you're not keeping up. You want people to take you 24 in these classes. And I would rather my tax money go towards these youth than go towards 300% raise for rich politicians who are already rich. When $10 billion missing from National Work Agency, when another $10 billion missing from Corner Regional Hospital, why and nobody not go to jail for this? No, I just did a video the other day about another story from Promise Learning Center. This is a school for the disabled, my people. Go to the Gleaner, you'll see it at the top. The Promise Not Kept. That's the title. Promise Not Kept. So you think it's the first 100 promises the man never keep? You think only the first 100 promises, the title name Promise Not Kept? No, guess what happened, people? The government, people come to school, students came to school with disability people. Look at this now. The last school in Jamaica that you're supposed to touch. Remember that. If our government and shut down schools, the schools for the disabled youth will be the last school we touch. The first school them cut is the youth learning, Promise Learning Center. Said that the government now have no money to keep them open, people. Last December, the staff did not get paid, did not get Christmas money. I want you to understand. And remember, they just come out and with this bright, beautiful thing for the Miami Herald story about the financial superpower of the Caribbean. You see all this beautiful stuff, oh, the country is moving good. And I'm sure on my program, I'm going to tell you some stuff about the Prime Minister say about the economy, but it's otherwise. I'm not sure of the proof. But why do you close a school like this? Why is school, if you love the people, why would you target youth with disability when you guys take a 300% raise? Why would you cut the school and not take a cut for your pay raise and put into the school? So you people want to understand the cruelty and the heartlessness of these people running the country. I want you guys to understand the reason why we are going to protest. Guys, I want you to understand that the reason for negotiation is over. We used to beg them to stop. Now we start begging people. Imagine the school for these people. Remember, we don't have this school in Jamaica. You know? Right now, there's a lot of disabled youth in Jamaica in a lot of people back rooms. They don't take them downtown. They don't take them to the fair or the school function. They're embarrassed of them. A lot of people don't take kindly to people with mental challenges and youth with disability. And the government, this learning center right here, Promise Learning Center, the government shut it down, said them not have the money. Have the teacher starved last year, no wonder the teacher run out of the country. Now you understand the reason why we should stand, my people. Over to you, Ratty.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Isat.
Before we go any further, Mr. Rattigan, we had a call on hold. So we're gonna as soon as you finish with Mr. Buchannan and others, what you think? We should open up the line or what?
Yeah,
depends on you.
Yeah, we need to hear from the people then.
Okay, go ahead.
Isat.
No, I was saying the line. You can't open the line, man. Like I said, I would
open the line while Isat attack.
I was saying I would just be repeating myself because Carlos said it all. Especially the show is about informing the diaspora that the first protest is now is coming up, and the support is needed. The freedom of expression, the freedom to even come together and represent as arms, head, legs, mind is so important, and that should be commended, and it's just good work. I don't think that the government should be offended by this expression, and I just think that they will be listening. And that's what we need to get the change that we want, certainly in the Jamaican space. People to listen. Thank you.
Somebody just asked, somebody in the chat just said, oh, so essentially them say, okay, so you protest. Go ahead, Carlos.
Hey, I wanted to ask something.
Can't hear you clear. Carlos, the mic. We're having problems with your mic.
Mute the mic. Somebody mute. Somebody. Can you guys hear me?
Ratty mute and everybody else mute.
All right, here we go. That's on better. Now, in terms of crime, like I told you guys, if you promise me 100-day promises and you promise me 100 days to have term limit for prime minister, set date for election and impeachment process, so forth and so on, I'm going to see nothing in 8 years. But you believe me, they give you another a term. I still no approach nothing we are doing that you promise that 100 days. Well, you believe me, I believe anything coming from these guys. Me not so fool. You understand me? This 7% where we hear I start to talk about. What you believe? People, me not believe nothing. These guys suppress numbers when it suits them. These guys inflate numbers when it suits them. You can't believe nobody when I have a good relationship with the truth. You know, I get the truth from that. I want to stop it. Now, let's talk about crime. It's as if, from my boy till now, politicians always are sending in the ghetto, for Jamaica crime solution. That's what we say. Zozo Ungragoso. One way. They never send them so. Please be reminded that the British ambassador came to Jamaica and told us that Jamaican politicians are importing guns into the island, into the already gun-infested. I want you guys to understand this. It's still in the newspaper, the Gleaner. It's on a Sunday. I forgot the date, but it's a Sunday editorial. Go and check it, people. British ambassador said the Jamaican politicians are bringing in guns. You don't believe me? Google it right now. And he said they are bringing in guns along with other things. And he also said whenever Canada and England run the same investigation, they come up with the same result. We have not heard of any investigation. So look here, that's a national security problem. If the British ambassador, if Britain, America, England say Jamaican politicians are bringing in guns, and we have not seen any investigation whatsoever, it tells you the mindset of who fighting crime and where the crime should start fight from. Make we start to the top of crime. The man who is the Minister of National Security, you can go to, may not make these things up in the people, I will not lie. You can go to WikiLeaks and see the Minister of National Security. Name in a WikiLeaks. The background so bad, you and I will never get a job at McDonald's, Casa. The man background paint up so bad, you will never get a job in McDonald's. So when you have the people at the top crime fighters, and they have some background like this, how the youth them in the ghetto are going to give you a crime solution? How is that? All right, another thing again, we're still waiting on the 19 green handle guns that came into the port years ago. Remember, I'm going to stop talking about the 19 green handle guns, you know, because they told us the last time they are still investigating them. We also heard about the 50 AR-15 that came into the country. The U.S. government alerted Jamaican officials about the ship, the boat are gone. We don't hear nothing about that. So, make we talk about crime. Crime will never fight a Jamaica until we start from top. The fish right from the head. And that's why I think the protest is necessary. Over to you, Ratty.
Somebody just mentioned wrote in the chat that okay, so, and I'm kind of like paraphrasing it. Say, okay, so your protest, that won't change anything. Wrong. This is the first time in the history of Jamaica you're going to have an organic protest of this type, where Jamaicans are saying we've had enough. We need to have things reorganized. We need to see change, because the way we are proceeding is not the way we should be proceeding. It's almost like the Jamaican government driving down this highway and they get to a T-junction, so you can only go left or right, and they went straight. They've gone over the cliff, and we in the car, we are go over with them. We cannot afford this to happen, right? We see what's going to happen, you know. We see what's going to happen. No, protest. Part of the protest is to bring awareness to the issues. Truth and awareness. Because a lot of people, they've been fed lies. They've been fed misrepresentations. And so they don't know what the real truth is. So we're protesting to bring forth the truth and to bring international, not national, international awareness to what's going on. That will cause the Jamaican government to sit up and take stock, because this has never happened in the history of Jamaica. The second thing is the protest is not by itself. The protest will be connected to our engagement with Jamaica's international partners. One of Jamaica's international partners is the U.S. government. And I read where the council, the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, said that nobody has the right to really talk to Jamaica's international partners. They're full of crap. Them can't stop nobody in America from talking to lawmakers. Them can't. You pay your taxes in America and you elect a representative. You have the right to go to that representative and say, listen, there are some things going on internationally with American aid that I don't like. You have the right to call upon your representatives and raise that issue. So we don't need permission from anybody in Jamaica, particularly in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, to tell us that we can.
Sorry, Mr.
Greetings.
You have a
Phone line open. Can you hear me better now?
Yes. Are you hearing him, Mr. Rattigan?
Yeah.
Go ahead, sir.
Greetings to the panel. Yeah, my concern is I hear much talk about the protests and all of that, yeah, which is a good thing, yeah. To me, it's like the protest is only dealing with the symptoms, the symptoms of crime and corruption. So my question to the panel now, when are you guys gonna start addressing the cause, the root cause, why Jamaica is what it is, the high level of crime and corruption? Meaning that I think it's full time we start attacking the Constitution and getting the laws changed and enforced, amended, or rewrite, like Mr. Tavares was saying, that we need a Jamaica for the people, by the people, of the people. I think the only way we're gonna get there is with a new constitution. So can y'all please address that question, starting with Mr. Rattigan?
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna get off the line and listen.
Okay, where are you calling from, sir?
Jamaica.
Okay, thank you for calling in. Hang up and listen to us, sir. Thank you. Mr. Rattigan,
right.
you want to take that one, Mr. Rattigan and Mr. Buchannan?
Yeah. Let me just say that he said, when are we going? The questioner asked, when are we going to address the root cause of crime? He didn't indicate that he knew what the root causes of crime were. He didn't mention. He just said, when are you going to address the root cause of crime? Well, the root cause of crime, some people say it's poverty. Some people say it's corruption. But the caller said, no, change the constitution. Right? He didn't say deal with the poverty, make sure everybody have jobs and all of that stuff, because if people are working, then it's less likely that they'll have time even to commit crimes. But he said, change the constitution. That's the changing of the constitution. To me, that's a separate argument. It is true that the constitution needs to be revamped. In fact, I think they should just abolish it and come up with something new, reflecting, the Jamaican experience. But it's a separate issue from dealing with the poverty and the corruption. Now, how do we deal with the root cause of crime? I can tell you how we deal with one of the root causes of crime. Corruption. When we go to the international partners, the ones who provide Jamaica with its life, with its mother's milk, and that is cash, right? Through the form of donations, loans, etc. When we go to them and we say, listen, here is what's going on with the money that you're sending to Jamaica particularly for the vulnerable communities. The monies are not getting to them. Case in point, I've been told that the international standard, when you give a donation for a program, and I'm talking about big donation coming from the UN, European Union, so on and so forth, that 20% of it should be used for administrative costs and 80% for the program. In Jamaica, I have been told that it's the reverse. It's 80% going to administrative costs and 20% to the program. That, my friends, it's plain and simple. It's corruption. And how does it make it? What does it look like? What does that type of corruption look like? What it looks like is the money comes in, and what they do is they hire consultants, and in a lot of cases, there's a connection between the consultants and individuals in the government, and then the consultants, they farm it out now to the university to do the research, and because they have to do research before they establish the program, and that's where the money is lost. The money vanishes. That's one way. The money vanishes. So if we can get the donor agencies and the donor organizations and the donor countries to take stock of where the money is going and remove it from the pockets of the politician, when you start seizing their assets overseas, a lot of them have assets in Florida, the place where we're going to establish the protest. A lot of them have properties and assets there. When you start seizing those things, when you start seizing assets in St. Lucia and in the Bahamas and elsewhere, once you start doing that,
yes,
people start taking stock and they start spending.
Before you go, we have a caller. Sorry, Mr. Rattigan, we have a call. Caller, go ahead. Welcome to the program. Where are you calling from?
Jamaica.
Go ahead, please.
Yes. Sir, gentlemen, good night. Thank you for your good work. Happy New Year.
Same to you.
And I am a follower of every program, every one of your program. But guess what? The Prime Minister is aligned with the judge, with some of the judges. So it's not him alone. The judges, some judges, the lawyer, the DPP, the PSOJ, and some other person, pastors of church, they all need to go down. Them is a clique by themselves. Listen me again, pastor, judges, police, and the rest of them, the PSOJ. Look here, gentlemen.
Give me a talk if she don't come back. That she drop the call drop. I want to respond to two.
Your mic is muted, Carlos.
It's getting worse and worse. We can't buy food. We're hungry. As a single mother, my son father passed last September. And we have to find $1,500 for him to go to school. And he not get no good lunch. And I see in Paris, it's not like from parish to parish. Me work in a center and it cost me $840 per day for fare. Don't talk about lunch.
Yes, sir. You have a question for the members of the panel, sir?
Okay.
Do you have a question?
All right.
Do you have a question?
Me?
Yes, do you have a question?
Yeah, me have a question. Me don't really put up my views.
Okay.
My views is I am supporting you. I'm not financially stable, but whatever I can do, I like and I share and I spread the news all about who me know. And I just continue to spread because we're tired. When you get a little salary, you don't know how you have to use pen and paper. You have to put back this and take back that. Sometimes you can buy sanitary convenience. We have to go back to cloth and wash. It's not pretty. It sound off. It sound but I did direct truth. JPS live pound with nobody no correct. The bank, you have your money at bank and you left $10,000 there. Say, make it on there for rainy day. When you go back, you say 5. This come out, that come out, Tara come out, this come out. It worse. People for top save money at bank. Find some way. Gentlemen, may I thank you from the bottom of my heart for help me. Pray with me, I pray, me I do everything. And me I calling for everybody and foreign who join. Me that Jamaica, me the hand of the water, me can't come. But me I do, me can't do, me I beg everybody join. Jamaica collapse. China man come and tell you anything, do anything, drive the biggest car, and you be there walk and can't do nothing. Like you work this morning, nobody else, and you are work. They must say young people don't know want to work. 13,000 or 15,000 cannot help. What makes sense you can work and when you done, much more for fear. You know, make no sense. Mr. Tavares, Mr. Rattigan, Carlos, pretty. Pretty. Crime cannot stop and it will never stop. Because a man hungry and when you're hungry, what will happen? As a mother, you can't send your people to go to school. Gentlemen, easy. If you have one money, you say you go buy one pair of shoes, the child them come down with all fake sitting. There's nothing. What we are going to do? If you say you go sell little skeleton, man police with a gun past side, the municipal police, them have gun down and walk with past side. Legal like any other police. Baxter don't do anything, nobody to represent you because you know the boom bar and the boom. Virgin, easy. And to me raise me hard to know. So me hang up, make other people call, but me I tell you the hard truth. Chicken back at 300 and it cut in one at 350. 1 pound of rice, $100 pound, $120.
So,
1 pound of corn meal, yeah, $160 pound.
Paula, how much right in a dirty girl?
I think a dirty girl, the big one, I think $560. And the irregular one, them, I think 120, 130 because a free market. Take your left, you buy, you sell it for $10, you sell it, everybody just do it and feel like do. And I like when you go, we have price control. And the next thing, let me tell you what my Jamaica, it China, them have some dirty supermarket out here. If you go in a back of a supermarket, it think. It mark them smell better. Jamaican people with yam think beef again. You know, say over some 6-7 years, I never see oxtail. Let you know oxtail look like again. We can't buy oxtail. Oxtail I want £3,000. You know, pretty one Lasco we mix one time every two of you at $200 and $300 per a pack. 1 pound of sugar at $200 pound. Calculate that at $13,000 per week. What we are gonna do? If me 20 years younger, I would have been the next Rosa Park.
My God.
Trust me, you know, pretty. So when our family go down, family, we call and say beg. Most of we, and we wish, but at this way there. At this way there, gentlemen. And 1 pack of fab, after $200, 1 pack of fab.
For those who don't
Virgin, you know,
understand, for those, hold on for me.
Eh?
Hold on for me. For those who don't understand by fab, is his laundry detergent. We call it in Jamaica fab. Go ahead, sir.
I'm a woman.
Go ahead, ma'am. I'm sorry. Go ahead, ma'am.
Right? It's not easy. It's not easy. You can't walk into a bank and get a loan no matter what paper you have. You have to hook there. If you do certain type of work, or when you go the pay slip here, and then try to figure out you can't get it. It's not easy.
Taliban? All right. Let me talk back to the caller back. It seems as if the caller gone. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to address for the person who placed in the comment that
recycle water, they have a self-liquor and nothing. When you take a stack of good water, you know, pretty out here, virgin. So no Jamaican people where they are foreign and we attack, we don't feel like say we are bash the government. And the fact we attack, we are suffer and we are work, we are suffering. That is the reason why the younger people them who don't know hard time turn to crime because we call them and say, give me 100 grand. Lick ahead. You might not take it. You have to be a strong person if you know say boy, it's not easy. It's not good. You call me and tell me say if you can't barrel a gun, a bag of gun down so I may get a 30 grand. Quick and fast. Me I take a chance if you have the guts. This is the thing we have to make people poor to use you and come and send we a prison and then trying to gun them massively and they are gone up prison. That is it. So Jamaican people don't wake up and talk about what shower and what power. We are talking about the grand picnic, we picnic. What kind of Jamaica we have dead left give them? What kind of Jamaica this? Is this Jamaica when we are growing, when we see soldier, we say, well, we want to be a soldier, we want to be a nurse, we want to be a teacher. But when we are growing, that was our dream. Every time we see nurse well dressed, the policeman looks so nice, the fireman. Then they dream they're gone. And to the dog. I have a son who reach certain age. And he said, oh, going to force. And I say, well, I can't pick a child here because you're big enough. But when you look and when you listen to news and when it happen, and you know what was upon him as a young man, he said the 2 soldiers with them lock up for Kid Clark. Him understand said them the soldier there. take order. So walk into the man we give him the order to go kill. And the little young is a young man, is 18 now, and he have that carrying to his grave. And that make him not going into the army. Because he have everything where he take.
Caller?
We have everything.
Caller?
Well, when he look again, he said, I'm going to police force. And when he look, he says, loan some Trent is a ass up there. He say, now go. You see? When he look, he says, Rowan James. And when he look, when he go do some research about Rowan James, then he said, then mommy, if they can do Rowan James this, we do that to me. He never got there, even make a little mistake. When you look at them, when they see them do high sat, 2 high sat, talk about parlor, and a millions of parlor out there, the kids them are learning. The kids them have sense. They have a 13-year-old when father passed. He said, if him in a bigger man, you would know that kind of separation. He said, Mom, me tired a chicken back now. A long time, me don't have fish. Me say, son, me no have me.
Jesus have mercy.
So, me now, you know, easy.
Yes. Caller?
Yes, sir.
Caller? Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you for calling in. Thank you so much for calling in. And all I can say to you, ma'am, is continue praying for this country of ours.
That's all me have to do, sir.
Anybody in the panel have anything to say?
And in the last going, I want to tell you some, as I message this, may I give some Mark Golden. You see, I'll sit down carefully, look and see what happened. Where happened in that country, and when we put you up there, you feel like when you go up there, go sleep car. I see him treatment. And the next thing that I want to ask, Mr. Rattigan, I sat around lawyer and whoever. If when somebody write a speech, give you, if you don't have the ability to read the speech before you come out and say, our country is run by a bunch of lunatic, disrespectful to me. The man I say I will spread COVID because we are by half one of flour and quarter of bread. Me not forgot them there. Me not forgot them there. See poor people and spread COVID and plenty of without even no airport. And lock me down, make we suffer. And no one walk around and come beg vote. Anyone of them ever come my pathway, right at them face, make them lock me up. Oh. Any one of them, because the other day me got work, and this woman tell me about shame, and I come beg me $50.
Yeah, caller.
And Mr. Dean said,
caller, sorry about that. I have next call coming in. Thank you for calling in.
Okay, no problem. Have a good night.
Have a good night.
Yeah.
Oh Lord. The next person hang up. Go ahead. Call us.
All right. Let me address this caller right here. Thank you for calling, caller. But that is all symptoms, like what the previous caller said. All that is symptoms of the problem, which is corruption. All of that. Corruption hurt deeply, far and wide, hurt everybody. So what you hear the caller is talking about there, that's symptom. The caller before that said that we should address the root cause, which is the Constitution. Now, respect the caller who called before, saying we should address the root cause and change the Constitution. No, you and I know, sir, as Jamaicans, you can't use a sour tablecloth to wipe up the table. That smell up the whole table and have software all over the table. You have to first sterilize that piece of cloth by wiping it out and make sure it's clean. You don't have a piece of dirty cloth to wipe up the table. So whatever you're going to use to clean a surface must be what? Clean. You can't have dirty and try to get something clean. So therefore, you have to fix who is making the surface dirty, wash out the cloth, sterilize politicians. Politicians have to start being held accountable for the crime and all the stuff that they do on the people. If you have politicians around the country like a runaway train, how we get anything to fix? We're going to have the same dirty cloth, which represent the dirty politician, try to wipe up the table, which represent try to fix the Constitution. Are you crazy? I don't even trust them right now trying to fix the Constitution. Nobody will touch the Constitution. This government do not have the integrity to touch the Constitution. This government use the Constitution like a piece of toilet paper and wipe off your shoes. Which government you see, change up the constitution to keep a friend, give a friend the DPP a job. That's what I'm saying. It's corruption. Corrupt politician is eating our country away. Corruption, my people. That is the biggest problem. And the symptom is crime and violence and poverty. And all the way you hear the last caller just said. No. The person who said in the comment section about the what will they march after the marching, know what? No, people, that person is no different from other people who think that way. Remember, during slavery, while some were fighting and we shall overcome, some people on plantation having doubts that we were going to be free. Did you know that? There were people who believed that slavery would never be abolished. So this person is no different from, so it was in the beginning, so shall it be to the end. So you're always going to have people who's going to doubt and question stuff. But the question was not wrong. You understand me? So you have people back in slavery days. I said, well, I will never be free. My grandson is going to come and be a slave. I will never be free. While others say, we're going to be free. We shall overcome. Let's do this. That is us. Over to Ratty, our Herb, our Jeff.
Mr. Rattigan?
Yeah, Dr. Francis, come in.
Unmute your mic, Doc.
I just want to say that, history belongs to the person who writes history, who makes history, who decides what history is for everybody, and not the person who sits by and waits for it to happen. You have to go out there and fight for it. History is replete with examples of that. If we sit here and we say, oh, woe is me, we cannot do anything about the situation, then we are wrong. We have to set a pace for our children and their children, right? Don't follow the naysayers. They're always going to say this and always going to have bad things to say, right? Because they can't see beyond their noses. So I ask you all out there to understand that if you really love Jamaica and want Jamaica to be the land, real, true people who, really want to be patriots, man, just go out. Listen, how many people can sing reggae? How many people can jump and walk and whatever like us? How many young people left Jamaica and today they are in a better situation? They could, and they come back and they build. Can you imagine how much waste is there in the killing and of each other? Which, for what? If we just invest in our young people. Somebody asked, what is the answer to crime and violence? We have a lot of information, a lot of studies, very unique and very good studies out there, that if we follow them and look at them and investigate them by our own people, not by foreigners, by our own people, we can overcome this situation. It is the people who are selfish. It's the people who are arrogant. It's the people who really believe that they are gods themselves, right? But I tell you this, we are overcoming. We are not afraid, and we will continue to work regardless of what anybody says. Because I know there's a thing that said the pen is mightier than the sword. And when I was young, I used to say, what kind of a foolishness? A sword would cut. No. Now I know. Now I know that one letter, look at what it has done. It has brought thousands and maybe millions of people together. Go out there. All of you who talk about you're going to work, don't be ashamed. You cannot overcome this. You cannot, because it is already rooted. The people know the answer. And you're going to lose.
Yeah.
You're going to lose.
For those who want to call in, the number is 954-529-8030. 954-529-8030. Mr. Rattigan, over to you.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Francis. It's amazing what, what is it? Barry sing a song, what one dance can do. It's amazing what one letter can do. One letter. We've had so many meetings. I mean, Dr. Francis himself, he's had many meetings with diasporans and also people from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, Ministry of National Security, etc. And we're having those meetings. Oh, you have a call coming in.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good night, caller. Welcome to Make We Talk. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Canada.
Go ahead.
And I'd like to ask two lawyers on the panel.
Mm-hmm.
I've been thinking about the statute of limitation thing, the 1-year statute of limitation that's included in the regulations for these parliamentarians and government officials. And I'm wondering if that 1 year was intentionally set so that nobody can be charged. I'm speaking as a person who spent first part of my life in auditing. I audit banks and other financial institutions.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm thinking about what the auditing process is like when you get a financial report. Now, at the end of March each year, all these parliamentarians and public officials are supposed to send in a report. They all do not come in on the 31st of March or before. They come in going through the year. Now, there are a certain amount of people who sit on the Integrity Commission who do the audit.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sure that each person who work on these statements, these reports, they do more than one report. Now, when you sit and you audit a report and you have queries, you have to write the person, you have to contact the person to find out, get more information from them. You also, in some instances, have to contact the people, for instance, like cases where they have investment and things, you have to get confirmation from those people too, to make sure that they're reporting the right thing.
Mm-hmm.
Now, everything takes time because you have to sit and wait on those responses to come in. And sometimes the people, from my experience, the person that you're auditing, because they know that they cannot show you legitimate things, it takes them a while and they drag out their response and they wait until when to send in, and they send in maybe half a piece of paper, and everything, it just keeps dragging out and dragging out. And when I used to work on one report, and I'm finished with that one, and I send out my confirmation to whoever I have to send it in, I don't sit and wait on that person to respond. I move on to another report, and another report, and another. So it's something that drags on and takes time. It's a laborious task. And when I do the report, when I get my final thing, my summary, I have to send it in now to the directors of the Integrity Commission, if I'm on the Integrity Commission. And then the Integrity Commission in turn has to send in an annual report. Listen to the word annual. Everything is annual. Right? And in that annual report, sometimes you're still waiting on information to come in from these people. So you cannot say that you have to prosecute them. No, you have to wait.
So you're...
And then, when story come to bomb, and by the time 1 year is up, because you send in an annual report to the parliament, and by the time you decide, you come to a conclusion that something is wrong here. So I have to send into the DPP. She's going to tell me that 1 year gone. That 1 year was set in my mind. And And because I know what an audit is like, it was set so that nobody can be charged.
So, caller,
And this is the reason
what is
I
your
get the
question?
lawyers to come in to answer these questions now, so that the lawyers can use their legal thing and say, well, 1 year has gone, instead of fighting to make sure that they get the proper responses from the people. And that is the question I would like to ask, if that 1 year was set, and if they have given the Integrity Commission enough time to audit all these reports that they're auditing.
Yes, ma'am. Let's have Mr. Rattigan or Mr. Buchanan answer the question.
I will hang up and listen.
Okay, ma'am. Thanks for your call. Mr. Rattigan or Mr. Buchanan, can you answer a question like that? Aye, sir?
I don't think I'm in a position to answer that. The thing about it is those laws were set by both opposition and the current party. This is a case where it is I don't think it's self-protection. I think there are just loopholes in the law that has to fix. And
good night, gentlemen.
Yeah, the irony is
good night, Jeffrey Ratty.
Please, sir, one moment, please.
Okay.
Yeah, the irony is this: change comes from the people, and the people need to demand what they want, and that's the purpose of a protest, to get that out, and accountability flows from that. It's not an overnight thing.
Okay, thanks very much, caller.
Yes, Mr. Jeffrey. Right side, are you doing it, so man? Florida, man. Florida.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. Good night, gentlemen. Mr. Ratty them to send one shipment of Pepto-Bismol. They will clear it down a yard, you know. Then government officially will clear it. Take care, you know, and send down there. And the next thing again, to me, I want that in Jamaica become our Panama with Noriega. Because at the same thing last a couple of years, the drugs are coming from South America. I distribute and nothing then them as a syrup that's either them not do it or them can't do it.
You have a question?
You know. No, I just that's my little point to me I put in and thing like that. So
okay.
All right, God bless.
Thanks very much for
Let
calling.
You're welcome.
Let me just say that the previous speaker mentioned the statute of limitation, and she was saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, she was saying that it was instituted as a way of avoiding a complete investigation, because by the time you complete that, the 1 year period expired, and so you can't really bring anybody to justice. Well, ICE had said that he can't answer the question, and he said that if you don't like the law, essentially you'd have to change it. People would have to change it. I agree with him. I'll go a little bit further and say that the life of the law is experience. It's not etched in stone. Laws change based on events and experiences. And so if the 1 year period, and I suspect that 1 year period was put in place before the Integrity Commission was established. But be that as it may, laws change. And so I agree with Isaac that if you don't think that it's fair, that 1 year period is fair, then that's something that the constituencies have to bring to the attention of their MPs, and then their MPs have to fight to make that change. But without having the legislative record in front of us, we don't know why they made it 1 year. And so that would call for speculation to say, well, they put it in there simply because they want to defeat the aims and the purpose and the goal of the integrity.
Yes.
That's difficult to say.
Wait.
Somebody might say it's arbitrary and it's capricious. We don't know. We have to see the record.
We have a call,
So,
Mr. Rattigan.
oh, go ahead, please.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, caller. Where you calling from?
Calling from Miami, man. Southwest Miami here.
Okay.
I'm following this program here, man. Coming all the way from England. A friend of mine hooked me up with this program here, and it's very interested.
Yes.
But my great concern is, with a lot more things still, but one of my great concerns is right now is, and it's a question to ask you guys. Fighting crime in Jamaica with the past Renita Adams. Why is it that they stick out against Renita Adams fighting crime in Jamaica, giving back the position to fight crime in Jamaica of a man who know about crime, know where crime is, and know how to fight crime, and know where to pick out the people who bad people then? Why is it that we cannot give him a position, in the DCF or whatever, to get back, Jamaica under a stable condition?
Let me answer that question for you.
Yes.
You can hang up and we answer the question for you, sir. Thank you.
All right, now hang up and get that.
Yes.
Yeah, all right.
Renita Adams told the people of Jamaica, that they will pay dearly. And because of some human rights issues, I don't think Renita Adams can be a part of the JCF anymore. Mr. Rattigan, you can comment on that more?
Well, look, I've heard stories about him. I've never met him. I heard some people love him to death. They say that this man is a terrific crime fighter. I have no reason to doubt that. And then there are some some people who say that his method of fighting crime is not modern. It's not, and also that it ended up with violating people's rights. I don't know if that's true or not, so I can't really speculate on that. All I know is that the man's a hard charger, and
maybe Mr. Buchannan can give us some insight on it and also call us. Isaac?
Yeah, okay. Let me just start by saying that Mr. Rattigan hit the point. There was a lot of outcry from Amnesty International and the whole idea of the death squad, and that kind of ironically would disqualify him. But I think we're going back in the direction where there are just too many extrajudicial killings, and we have to worry about that. But certainly it is because of that why Adams was forfeited. I don't think that the idea or concept of fighting crimes is to commit crimes to fight crime. And we need to get away from that type of idea. If we're not looking for a clean country and the necessary intervention, we have these conversations all the time and we behave like we don't know how to fight crime. Education, you have to educate. And if you educate, then you'll be in a position to eradicate poverty. And when we don't have poverty, we're not going to have the type of crime. Corruption is just one element of it, just like how all the guns and the gangs and all of these things that they talk about. These things are products of a root cause that we need to fix. So if we're not having social intervention, and I'm hearing that is coming. So we know that the platforms that you guys have and have been using, it appears that they are listening, and change will come, and that's why I know I'm going to go back to it, that it is so necessary. The protest is necessary, and I hope that it takes off like when you're at a football match and the wave starts and it goes all the way around the world, and the effect of it is done right here in Jamaica. That's all. That's my contribution to that.
Carlos?
Yes, I'm that. I answer the question correctly. He was slapped, but Adam was slapped with a human rights service. He and his family's travel documents were also affected. His immediate family. I read about this. I did stories on it. So right there, how Jamaica work. They don't want to make the US look at them with a bad light. So that would never happen. He will never go back and be in police. Even though people love him and love his method of crime fighting, but understand what had happened. That even caused him to lose his travel document and his immediate family. So whenever you're doing stuff and the US is coming down on you, like you see these guys in office right now, violating human rights. Whatever they're going to get the strike, people, is not just them alone. They are making the bed hard for them and their family too. So you can imagine Mr. Adam might have family up here going to university, having jobs and stuff like that, people. And he was saying, well, I'm going to come out here and go here because of something where you know, so and so do. So I don't see Jamaica having Mr. Adam, even though people in our social media don't know. And in every comment section, you see that people love fighting tactics.
We have a call online. Caller, go ahead.
Yes, sir.
From?
Yes, sir. It's me calling back from Miami. I was listening to the speaker there.
Yes.
When he was saying, when he said a while ago that you cannot use crime to fight crime. But the tools to fight crime is to do crime is the intelligent people them bringing in the tools to issue to Jamaicans to fight against them one another. So why is it that crime cannot fight against crime? I mean, my views is if you kill a man, you don't have no right to kill a man. You understand what I'm saying? So if you know where the killer is at, and you can find the killer, bring the killer to justice. And if the killer put up a fight that him don't want to come to brought to justice, then you have to take necessary drastic action against the killer. So it's a form of using crime to fight crime, because I've seen where policeman in a safe come out and said him didn't go through the right procedure to be a police officer. He was brought in as a police officer because he knew where bad man is at. So you have to use crime to fight crime. If a bad man, they're sent a mass and
I'm gonna cut you right now. You're okay with that?
Yes.
Sir, hold on. Let me see what can answer you, sir.
You are okay.
Yeah, all right.
You are okay with that?
He hung up.
Yeah, I need to know if he's okay with that, because that is not okay. That's criminal. That's the very thing we are running away from.
Yeah.
So if we sit and say you have to do that, that's what we're talking about. He's just saying it's okay to introduce corruption and put murderers in the police force. We're getting away from that. That's what the concept of like these things make me very irritated. That is so wrong and unacceptable, and it defeats the purpose of what we want for Jamaica.
Hold on, Dr. Francis.
That unacceptable.
Yes. Mr. Rattigan, I'm going to come in. Dr. Francis,
Yes.
man, because I see you, you look tired, Dr. Francis. So you want to say something
I'm tired.
and retire?
Obviously, but I don't mind retiring.
No, I can't retire. I can't go nowhere. I make the whole of the righteous and we follow him lead. He can't retire.
No. I want to answer both my brother Carlos and of course the learned attorney. There's a thing called the broken windows theory. I don't know if or the Anomi theory, which you're familiar with. And whether we like people or not for what they do, we have to find a methodology to fight what is a fire. Sometimes you have to use fire to fight. And I'm not saying that you must go ahead and do what they did, but you have to find methodologies that has been there to weed out corruption. And some of them are obviously, as I said before, not many people are born criminals. Some people are psyched into it because of where they live, but the most are products of their environment. And so therefore, and that was coming from Aristotle and way before that. So we have to have a kindly and gentle. But when you have people in the society who are willing to pay other people to analyze people, and then the justice system is 5,000 cases behind for the past maybe 7 years. You really have to find the people who can do it. And when your experts came from the United States, came from England, came from all over the place, and gave you the answers, it would not be like that. It would not be, Adams would never be the person who they're looking to resolve the issue. Because we had, for example, when it came to the gang violence, we had a man, his name is Captain Peter Whittingham, a Jamaican, who was who was the architect in reducing gang violence in Los Angeles by 50% when Los Angeles was on top. We gave that information to Jews and what have you. But the problem is Jamaicans want to eat our cake and have it. It is not possible. So we have to become practical. We're not saying we must become dogs like other people in order to fight us, but we have to find ways, and we have to find people who are solid, people who are caring, people who understand what it is to keep a nation healthy, right, and forward. So we have to do that. You know, we're almost like we've lost the idea of God. No, some people do. I don't care if you want to don't believe, but believe in something. You know what I mean? So we have to start over, as it were, okay? And we have to use methodologies to do this. And I'm not advocating, but you cannot fight some fire. You have to fight with fire. And I'm not advocating violence. I'm simply saying that as a leader, you have to be able to have institutions set up over time to resolve these issues. You know, the homes are flawed. I know Herbert Gale did a wonderful, and many of the other people, professors up there, evaluation. And they offered the government to do an audit, which they had done throughout the West Indies, in one case in Belize. And they reduced it by 50%. The violence. They didn't kill off a whole lot of people. No, they did not. But the fact of the matter is you have to have a strategy. And that's the point. You have to understand criminology and the way criminology works and how to work it with people. You have to love people, right? So there it is, a dilemma in many cases. But we have to find a way to do it. We have community policing. We have all different types of things. I could go on and on, but I won't. All I'm saying is that we have to find, and we had the answer. We gave it to this government. We gave it to previous government, and they have done absolutely nothing with it. Technology alone cannot solve crime. Pretty uniforms cannot solve crime. Okay? And you cannot divide and rule, and that's what they've done to the diaspora, in my opinion. Now, please think about those things. Thank you very much.
Mr. Rattigan? Oh, Carlos, go ahead.
All right. Let's talk about crime. For those who think that crime can't fight crime, check out who you are. Do they use crime to fight crime in America? No, they don't. They use intelligence. And you get rid of corrupt police, a corrupt system. Get back to the tablecloth again. The sour tablecloth we are used to clean off the table. The whole table is sour. We have sour cloth, sour a fly. Back to the argument again. People who put over a certain position to create an effective change must be people of impeccable integrity. And that's where Jamaicans are not getting it. Jamaican people, back to the tablecloth thing again, people, you must have a clean tablecloth to wipe off the table and get a clean result. If the tablecloth is sour and you wipe off the table, what is going to happen to the sour people, the table people? So therefore, these people are not fighting crime. No, look here. We're living in the US, doctor. We're there a couple of decades. You're probably here from my smoke I'm playing. No, wherever you heard in the US, anybody ever come out of the mouth, you talk about the top crime fighter, the man say, shoot to kill because we don't have the money. We're not going to send ambulance for them because they might cost the system too much money. Come on now. That's barbaric. That's barbaric. We need our Jamaican people, our Jamaican police were crime fighters. When they pull over a man on the road, is right or left. They can't have a food mentality, even at the police force. When they're a politician, can call to a police station and tell them to let out certain man. When they have the Minister of National Security, can call to a 14 police station and tell them to let out man about 10, 11 o'clock at night because the man go to airports and violate airport security and threaten them. And the airport security find out that it's after the man be arrested and was arrested and placed in 14 lockup. And the Minister of National Security seems like some friend thing and link and contacts. Call down a 14, get this man bail out about 10, 11 o'clock at night. Even after you violate people, you violate at the airport, that's what I crime, you know. You and I will live over here, so know that, you know. So back to the situation is a clean tablecloth, what we need. Jamaica constantly use a dirty tablecloth with sour to clean up it, clean surface and everything sour. We need clean people to run crime. Transparency, integrity,
Yes.
accountability.
Yes. Lion, Mr. Rattigan, go ahead. Lion?
Lion.
Yes, I think I might have to. I think I might have to bid the panel and our listening audience and viewing audience good night, because I'm having a lot of challenges, as you can see, in terms of the transmission. But guess what? We're at a good place. The fire has been lit. Persons know, far and near, that there is an option to the situation in Jamaica. Let your voices be heard. This is a call to action. Whether
Jeffrey, I mean, we can continue, but I mean, I start to think of some things we might have to address in the morning, and I know Lion have some challenges. So
And yes,
I start, if you want, you say some words to the people and before you retire from the program, you know.
Yes, you hear me now? Yes, I was saying, since it appears that I'm going to go to my bed miserable after hearing that we must use illegality to fight illegality and crime to fight crime, and I vex about it now. I just want to say we have to envision not perfection, but ideals and morals. Because I tell you this, you see, if the people get integrity first and the people reject corruption first, there's no space for the table of corruption. There's no space for that dirty tablecloth. There's no space for it. So it is the people who have to raise the moral standard. It is the people. I want the people. No, I want the people to reject me when I'm doing foolishness. I want the people to reject this panel when the panel is doing foolishness. I want us to reject foolishness, reject corruption, reject crime, reject violence, reject all of that. Jamaica is small, but Jamaica is special. Everywhere in the world you see Jamaicans is a vibe. So if you believe in the country, which is why I'm excited about the protest, it is why one letter by Dr. Rupert have the world moving is like we're watching United Nations about to take off. Because this is why we have national heroes. This is why Carlos said it earlier. This is why slavery ended. There has to be a time when we do not want certain conduct. And it doesn't mean it doesn't necessarily mean that what is there is not usable or workable. And when I'm saying that, I'm talking about governance, opposition, and the leaders and the current government. There are bright, smart, intelligent people on both sides. So I'm now talking about that which is what we should be working for. And we want the best for Jamaica. And that includes using the best and let the chips fall where it may. We must move forward and we must do what we're doing, say that we want a particular change and we have our expectations. And we must say, yes, getting paid to do it, so do it. Let's put down the corruption. Let's forget about that. And the crime and violence, this is the last thing I'm going to say. No government can fight crime. Stop it. If you say you can do it, you are lying. And there should be no expectation for you to do it, but to say to the people, what can we do to help you fight crime? That is the question, and I'm leaving it right there. Thank you.
Big up yourself, my brother.
Yeah, man. Good night.
Shots at my nephew.
I'm gonna get no KFC, so I'm a cross.
Respect Isaac.
I'm asking for deliver. We talk.
Yeah, man.
We call it tomorrow.
Good night, audience. Good night.
Isaac, we get a shot on the morning.
All right.
All right, cool.
How about next call coming in? Oh Lord. Go ahead, Mr. Rattigan, the person hang up.
Well, Lion there. Lion did want to finish up to
He gone.
oh,
There he is.
there he is. Lion. Gone.
There he
Lion,
is.
good night.
Yes. Yes, man. Well, guess what? We have it here now. And it's going to be continued. And we're calling from north, south, east, and west. Rise up to the cause of the Jamaican people. Even our very selves.
Please.
Because we are all Jamaicans. We are now part of a diaspora that spread not just only to the US, Toronto, and London, but we are part of what is known as an African diaspora, because we, who are 98% here in Jamaica, represent the diaspora of Africa. So when we rise up, don't be surprised that Africans are taking, when we say Africans, we mean our brothers on the continent, are taking a cue from us and are watching us. If Marcus Garvey did not go to the diaspora, he would not be mentioned now. If Bob Marley didn't go to the diaspora, you wouldn't have Ed Bartlett and Mike Henry wearing red, gold, and green, and probably Black Stam and all that kind of thing. Jamaica is painted in red, gold, and green just because Bob Marley went to foreign. If he stayed in Jamaica, that would never have happened. So the point I'm making is this: diaspora has played a role significantly in the Jamaican liberation, and it was thwarted for a bit. But the engine is revved up and moving again. And this time, it cannot be stopped. Come out and support the action of protest in the manner that we prescribe it. So once and for all, that which has been deeply entrenched in Garden House will be uprooted, and corruption will no longer prosper. Good night.
Yes, sir.
Worthy brethren.
Yes.
Worthy brethren.
Thank you,
Good
Lion.
night. Yes.
Respect. Good night. Yes. Caller, welcome to the program. Go ahead, caller.
Has there ever been a case where an citizen was charged for something, and when the case reaches to the DPP, before she looks at the case and see exactly what the person committed, the crime that the person committed or whatever it was, she ruled, the DPP rules and says, I'm sorry, we can't charge this person because the statute of limitation has expired.
Mr. Rattigan, you heard the question?
Yeah. For fear of answering something that I don't understand, could you repeat that for me, please?
What she's saying, if the DPP has ever ruled in a case that presented before her and the statute of limitation has already expired, has she ever ruled against it or for it?
No, if the statute of limitation has expired, then that's it. That's the end of the case. Because you can't bring that case if the statute of limitation has expired. The judge, they'll just make a motion to dismiss. and just said, Judge, there's no point in us being here because the time within which this case should have been brought has expired, and then the judge is gonna throw it out. It's that it's that simple.
Okay.
There are some. I know that in America there are some states where you can toll the statute of limitations, meaning that you can stop it for certain things, right? I think in New York, I think in New York there are like 7 or 8 reasons why you can toll the statute of limitation, where you can stop it from running.
Yes. I am
But I mean,
asking if there could be a situation like that.
you mean if it's been told, if the statute has been told?
No, I'm asking if there has ever been a case where that ruling was made, not whether it's people or not.
We're not hearing you that clearly, ma'am. Can you repeat what you said, please? We're not hearing you that clearly. Hello, caller?
She's asking if the ruling has ever been made. That ruling has ever been made, of course. That's what she's asking.
To what? To what? What ruling? To do what?
When somebody goes in front of her and she says that there's a statute of limitations has run out, and has she confirmed that? That's fine. Yes, she has ruled.
Yeah, but it's not only the DPP. The corruption prosecutor. I think there's been a case.
One moment, caller.
Hello.
Go ahead, Mr. Rattigan.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of a case where they've actually ruled that the statute of limitation expired, so therefore there's no point in bringing the action. No, like I said, I know that in New York, for example, there are things that you can do to stop the statute from running. It's called tolling the statute, right?
Okay.
I don't know if that's the case in Jamaica.
Okay.
If you can
Caller?
toll it, but once it's
Yes, sir.
Sorry, Mr. Rattigan, finish what you're saying.
Yeah, once the statute has run, there's not much you can do.
Okay. Caller, welcome to the program. Where are you calling from?
South Florida.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
In reference to that the last caller, the female, she was making reference to the DPP along with this gentleman from the head of the Water Commission in reference to his wife, where they were doing some construction and I guess they had owed the Water Commission some money. There was some breaches in the construction of this apartment building in reference to the plans, and they went away from the plans. And I want to believe that what the lady was trying to say is that the government of the day were well aware of the breaches, or well aware of the money that was owed, but they only bring it to the forefront when they know the statute of limitation would have run out. So the DPP yesterday had ruled that she would no longer seek prosecution because there is nothing to be prosecuted because of a statute of limitation. But there is one point to that. Before the DPP did said that she sent back the matter to the Integrity Commission, and she would not speak on it until the Integrity Commission speaks. But in the morning, somebody leaked the information, and then she give clarity to the public. So I think that's the road the caller was actually going in reference to that, where the government of the day is basically doing things, but they don't want to prosecute or to open an investigation within the time that allotted. When the time has expired, that is the time now they are crying foul. So when there's no charges could be brought forward.
Okay.
Well,
I don't know if that makes sense or not.
Yeah, the problem with that though is that you have a corruption prosecutor over at the Integrity Commission who would have weighed in on that. So if there's blame, some of it should be borne by that person, that young lady, because she must have known that the statute of limit, or should have known, or ought to have known that the statute of limitation ran. So therefore, she should have made the decision herself. She shouldn't even have sent it over to the DPP for review.
So in other words, Mr. Rattigan, the person at the Water Commission and his wife gone scot-free like a bird in the sky.
No, I don't think so. I think that they gone free on those charges, but I believe that there are other charges that they could be brought upon. Just like Dr. Grace McLean,
Yes.
the surcharge, that regulatory thing where they said, okay, we'll bring the action so that she can pay back the 11 million or whatever. And they waited and waited and waited, and then the statute ran. So then her lawyer raised that, made that motion in court, and the judge threw it out. Does it mean that she's scot-free? No. There are other laws that she could be brought upon, and I'm hoping that in fact, I'm writing the DPP tomorrow, asking a status report on what's going on with that case, as well as with the former speaker and the former junior minister in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade.
Yes.
So there are other statutes that you can use to bring them to justice, but it's just that those that were looked at by the Integrity Commission, the statute ran, so there's nothing they can do with that. But there are other charges.
And before we have Mr. Rattigan come on some more, we need to recognize that today is 1 year now since sprint legend, the Honorable Hussein St. Leah Bolt, lost $2 billion in SSL. Another word from Sammy Mouth. Conor Pong, Usain Bolt, pension gone down the drain. Mr. Rattigan, don't you think it's a national disgrace that until now you hear nothing about the case with SSL? All you can hear that people working at SSL and the computer gone.
Yeah, that case I think is gonna go, and I hope I'm wrong, but I think it's gonna go nowhere. Because you have a compromised crime scene, you have missing evidence, you have lack of chain of custody. So how are you going to present evidence in court? You have people who have not been interviewed. And the thing about it is that had it not been for Usain Bolt, I don't know if it would have gotten as much public attention as it has received, and that's a shame though, because it shouldn't be because of Usain Bolt. It should be because a crime was committed and people are victims. This is similar to the case I was talking about up at Jamaica House. And actually, it's not even quite, because you don't hear much about that case.
What case are you talking about?
The one up at Jamaica House. I mean, they brought out all the experts, but then you don't hear much about it in the media.
Yes,
hear much about it in the media. So I don't know what's going on. Jamaica. You know what? Howard Mitchell was on my program one time, and you know what he said? He said, "Let me make this remark before I go any further. Jamaica is not a real place." That's what he said.
Indeed. Caller, good night. Welcome to Make We Talk.
Yeah, man, good night.
Where are you calling from?
Calling from Jamaica, man. I don't know. Yeah. But my personal take on that that statute of limitation there, that's supposed to move out of the books, man, because that doesn't make no sense. Because my position is a crime has been committed, right? Why would you now have a special amount of time to bring the case to prosecution? If the crime has been committed, the crime has been committed. So why you leave loophole in the system so that whoever do it can just run all the time and get away scot-free? Because if I'm looking at what is happening, I am sure that Cruel Reed is going to come back and tell us that the time was over for them to prosecute him. Because he's time around. We don't hear that more petrol job yet.
All right. Let me have somebody. Let me have Mr. Rattigan answer you.
No, let me just say this. That how do you know when there's a loophole in the law?
Very good
something
question.
happens. When something happens. Because when you look at the law in a vacuum, it looks okay, but you know, my mother used to tell me circumstances alter cases, and so things would happen, and then you go, oh, this law is not correct, and this is just a follow up on my dear friend put something in the chat. She says parliamentarians never pass laws to hold themselves accountable. That may very well be true, but not
true.
Yeah, that may very well be true, but in some cases, you don't know that it's a loophole until something happens, and then you go, "Wait a minute, this is not work. This is not the way it's supposed to work. This is not working out." And then what do you do after? You amend it. You amend it.
So
it's not etched in stone. You amend it.
In other words, Mr. Rattigan, you're saying that it's just like how Donald Trump has saying that there's a loophole in the tax system, and nobody knows about it until the whole thing with Donald Trump came up.
Right. So if there's a loophole, the person, you cannot find somebody guilty of taking advantage of a loophole in the law. What you do is you close it. That's what you do. You amend it. Now, the other thing is they were talking about the time, saying that the time to investigate that 1 year. Well, actually, the time to bring the lawsuit, it's too short. I have no sympathy for the Integrity Commission, and I'll tell you why. They've been looking at a certain person's statutory declaration for years, and depending on where the examination is being conducted, whether it's at the complaint section, the investigative section, with the commissioner or with the prosecutor, there are certain penalties that attach, and we don't hear nothing about the penalties. How you take 2 years to investigate, and you did a pussyfoot run and a waste time, 2 years for people to get answer to them statutory declaration? It shouldn't take that long. Jamaica is not a big place. And most of the information they're looking for is probably located within the confines of Kingston and St. Andrew. And the Integrity Commission is based there. So how is it's taking you 2 years? And if you're doing a good job and you craft your questions properly, you wouldn't have this back and forth. You wouldn't have it.
Or is it that, Mr. Rattigan, that there is some shebangering going on between Integrity Commission and the powers maybe?
Look, it's I won't go that far because they shot one of an official.
And the gentleman to go ask the government?
Yeah, right. Them shot him and take away a briefcase. We don't know when on the briefcase, you know? God knows when on the briefcase is gone. Like I just said, like Sammy Mouth. So I wouldn't go that far. But all I'm saying is that it would appear that the agency, not everyone at the agency, but it would appear at the agency that we have some incompetence at the agency. We have some laziness going on there too. And we have some reluctance to act with deliberate speed. Because it shouldn't take you 2 years to conduct, to verify a statutory declaration. It shouldn't.
Maybe what we need to do is get the opposition leader on the program here to explain to us if he knew about the loophole, yes or no.
Well, at your program, so you can bring on who you want to bring on. You can bring him on.
If he was a part of it who crafted this law, and this is going on, I have a next call coming in. I think this is from the Cayman Islands. One moment for me. Good night, caller from the Cayman Islands. Hello, caller. Hello, caller. Hello, caller. Good night.
Mr. Rattigan, and to the panel.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
The case with you and Miss Camilla Johnson Smith, Christian, and the money what she gets, that money is taxpayer gonna pay back for that money, or that's a gift she get.
I didn't get the last part of the question, but let me be absolutely clear that she did not, as far as I know, she did not receive cash.
I'm not hearing it clearly.
Saying, as far as you know, the minister did not receive any cash.
Because
I was listening you last time to Tafari with that minister, former minister,
Yes.
Brown.
Yes.
So he was saying that if it don't affect him, he don't have a case, something like that.
I gladly bring up that. Let me put this to Mr. Rattigan. What Arnaldo Brown was saying, former minister of foreign affairs and foreign trade, he's also an attorney at law. Based on how they're saying that the standing, they're saying that maybe because it didn't affect you. This is what he said. He hasn't seen the final judgment of it, so he can't really comment on it. But what he assumed may happen is that because it didn't affect you, why they're saying that there's no standing. Any comment on that, Mr. Rattigan? If you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, there are several problems with that. Let me unpack that. If you are a Jamaican citizen, and there's a case coming out of Trinidad that essentially says that if you're a citizen of a country, you have standing. That's it. If you're a citizen, you have standing. No, unless you renounced your citizenship.
Which of that you haven't?
I have not.
You're still the whole of a Jamaican passport.
I have it's expired now, but I have one.
Yes.
So and you have to renounce your citizenship in order for you not to have standing in this case. The other thing too is that when he was saying that you have to be affected, think about that for a second, right? What that means then is that you could never bring an action against a corrupt politician if you can't prove that you're personally affected by what the politician did. Think of corruption is everybody's business. Where we like they say, if you see something, say something. We're all in this fight against corruption. So what would happen is this, right? Let's say a politician, and I've given this example several on several programs. Let's say politician. Money is disbursed to fix a road in St. Thomas, right? And the money the money went missing. What they're saying then, if you follow that line of reasoning, is that if you come from Westmoreland and you have never been to St. Thomas and you have no reason to go to St. Thomas, you cannot say that there's corruption there. You can't bring an action to say, wait a minute, let's look at what happened over there. Only people in St. Thomas where that road is, only those people can bring an action. Think about what would happen. Because if a politician got involved in something that involves contravention of the law, but it didn't affect you, right? What they're saying then is that you have no right to bring that case. You have no right to bring the case because it didn't affect you personally and directly. That's nonsense.
But with all fairness, though, Mr. Rattigan, I think Mr. Brown said that a Jamaican citizen does have standing. But what he was saying also is that he hasn't seen the case pertaining to you and Minister Johnson Smith. He heard about it and everything. But he said that there got to be something else. Why they say you don't have any standing?
No. Tell him to go read the case, because standing amounts to, and Joycelyn said it right. Joycelyn, kudos to you. Standing amounts to interest in the case. That's what it comes down to.
And you have interest in the case.
Of course you have interest. If it's a corruption case as a Jamaican, you have interest in the case.
Right, because you're a Jamaican.
Without corruption.
There you go.
If there's corruption or if somebody violate the law and you want to bring it to the attention of the courts, of course. Because I tell you what, do you think anybody, right, would have brought this case against the Honorable Minister if I didn't? You think anybody would have? Nobody. But yet what we have is a case where we believe that she didn't file as required. It's that simple.
Okay, caller. Thanks for calling in.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for calling in.
Yeah. Okay, all right, thanks.
Thanks very much.
Now have to go back and listen back what Mr. Ratty said. I can't hear what he's saying.
Oh,
so I
go
back and
listen to
listen.
what he's saying. Sorry.
Okay, all right, no problem. Thanks. Just keep up a good job. All right.
Yeah.
standing.
Good night,
But
caller.
what you are saying also.
Hello, caller.
Hello. Yeah, good night, Mr. Tavares. Yeah, with that issue of standing, yeah, I was listening to your program last night with the former Foreign Affairs Minister, Arnaldo Brown, attorney at law. Yeah, I think the example he used, right? The analogy he used was if two person was crossing a road and one get hit by a car and the other one didn't get hit, right? The only person who could bring a lawsuit
is the one who got hit.
Was the person who got hit by the car. So I would like Mr. Rattigan to address that point.
So in other words, what you're saying, because Rattigan lives in the United States, he's a Jamaican then. Go ahead, Rattigan.
He didn't get hit by the car. Yeah, because I was listening to your program last night when you had on the former Minister of Foreign Affairs. You know.
All right, thank you for calling.
That was the analogy he used, if you remember.
Right.
So I'd like to address that point, if it makes sense.
Right.
Hang up and listen to him, please.
Yeah, you see, therein lies the difference, because what you're talking about a civil matter, right? Which is distinguishable from the matter that I'm involved with, which is a matter where the minister did not file. She did not file as required, right? So in the civil matter, somebody got injured, right? And it's a civil matter. So they say, okay, fine. You cannot sue unless you can show that, well, you were emotionally damaged by what happened or something like that. That's different from this case where the minister is not claiming that she was injured. It's a different case. That case, somebody's claiming that they were injured and they're saying, I'm injured, so therefore you can't sue. In this case, is the minister claiming that she was injured? No, she's not claiming she was injured. In fact, it's something completely different. It's me saying, hey, the minister should have done the following things based on the law, and she did not. And therefore, I'm bringing it to the attention of the court. And we were asking, and then think about it, right? In a civil matter, you have to prove damages. You have to prove that you were injured, right? And what do you get? You get money damages, right?
Yes.
Ask yourself the question, what did I ask for? I didn't ask for
not
money
one
damages.
single thing.
No, what I asked for was a declaration from the court that
yes,
the person should have filed and didn't file. That's it. So there are two distinctly different types of cases. And you know, it would be like if you try to compare to a criminal case, the standard of proof is beyond a reasonable doubt. We're in a civil case, it's preponderance of the evidence. It's two completely different standards. So they're mixing apples and oranges.
Yes. Welcome to the program, caller.
Yeah, good night.
What, caller?
Yeah, good night to the panel.
Yes. Hold on for me. I think there's some shortage going on with this thing here. Go again for me, please.
To Mr. Rattigan, there's a question. The SSL thing, it's a big disgrace right now in Jamaica. It's here now, and we know nothing about what's going on with the SSL saga. So, what I want to ask Mr. Rattigan, when it comes to Usain Bolt and the silence of Usain Bolt, do you think if Usain Bolt was speaking out, would it make a difference with the case?
Hold on for me, caller. Mr. Bolt did make a statement today. He said it's 1 year now. 1 year now. And he's still holding on. He hasn't gotten 1 cent.
Well, here's the thing with it.
I understand that he made a statement today. But what I'm saying, if during the course of the year, while all the Jamaicans were rooting behind Usain Bolt, if he was speaking out during his interview with the foreign station, do you think it would make a difference in the case right now?
Wilfred Rattigan?
No, if he was speaking out, no. And what I go back to is right after the story broke, or shortly thereafter, his attorneys came out and said that they want the money back within a certain time period or else. And we haven't heard anything.
It's 1
We
year
haven't
now.
heard anything. So we haven't seen a lawsuit filed. We haven't seen anything. So I don't know if he had come out and if he had made statements. I don't know if it would have made a difference. Um, you said that he made a statement today, a year after. Is that going to make a difference? Is it too late? Maybe he should have made a statement in the beginning. And maybe I don't know. Nobody really knows what's going on over there, except that the investigation is not being run. It's not being run properly because, like I said, you have a compromised crime scene. You have evidence stolen. You have people who have not been interviewed a year after the event. I mean, critical witnesses who should have been interviewed. They haven't been. Oh, you have a problem also with chain of custody. Who had what piece of evidence and when? How long they had it? Who did they pass it on to? So I really don't have much confidence in this case going anywhere. I mean, this is a defense attorney's dream because he's going to raise all those issues that I just talked about and more. And it's going to be confusing at the end. And the jury is going to find it difficult to find anyone guilty. Now they have arrested one person, but we don't believe that one person committed all of that. And then also the person has made a statement saying that the statement that she signed was prepared. I believe she said it was prepared by somebody else.
Yes.
And she signed it. So you're going to have all kinds of evidentiary problems. So I don't know how they're going to be able to prove this in court. I don't. And then to make it to, and this tells me that the FBI was not involved. This tells me
but Mr. Rattigan, they keep on saying the FBI is involved, though.
Yeah, but like I said, the FBI, when I say involved, I mean involved in the investigation in a critical way. I think the FBI, if any involvement, it's an involvement where they're shagging leads. They come to them and they say, "Listen, can you get this information for us? Can you do this? Can you do that?" And they said, "Fine." As part of the international cooperation aspect of their assignment, then they'll do it. But I don't think they're involved and they're shutting down every day. Yes?
So basically, this is the start and the end.
Yeah. This is the start and this is the end because I don't see how they're going to move forward. I really don't. And in fact, I think they gave him a pass. I saw something recently where they kind of like said they rule him out as a person of interest or whatever. Something to that effect. But
you mean
trust me, it's going to be an uphill battle it's going to be an uphill battle trying to piece the evidence together and apply it to parties you believe to be guilty. It's going to be difficult right now as it is.
I have a piece of audio to play. I hope you all can hear it. I don't know if I think it's yes, it came up on Nationwide News. Let's see if I can hear it. Hold on there for me. It's an audio clipping that Nationwide News did today. I hope I can get it.
And while you're getting it, let me just say, Wellness Warrior says, since it's U.S. funds, can USA help if I ask? It could be any funds, Wellness Warrior. It could be Jamaican dollars. If they ask and they're in because part of the FBI's mandate overseas is to provide international assistance with investigations. So if they're asked to assist, then they will assist. It doesn't matter the currency.
Mm-hmm. All right, Mr. Rattigan, we don't have any more calls coming in. So what do you want us to do? Continue for a little bit and then wrap up or what?
You know you're from Tigo for a while, no? Tigo, you asleep? Wagwan.
Dr. Francis start throwing his mouth.
Well, look, folks, tune in on Saturday. Reason with Rattigan from 3 until you say when. We're gonna talk a little bit about this plan to protest, and we'll talk about. We're gonna have Rosalia Hamilton, Professor Rosalia Hamilton, and she'll talk about. No, you saying can't hire FBI? FBI, you can't hire them. No, you can hire retired FBI agents, but not.
Good night, caller. Welcome to the Make We Talk program. Where you calling from?
I call from Miami still, man. I'm here to see him call about Mr. Renitarians. Me I come forward to the thing on the 19th, man. Me I left that out. I should be there.
Yes.
Definitely, and I'm gonna bring some more members of the listeners, that listen to the program.
Yes, thank you.
So we are come out in full colors, man, and big numbers.
And have them like, share, and subscribe.
Yes, man, definitely.
To both Jamaica.
And I'm gonna be there early that I can get on the Jamaican color shirt.
Yes.
All right, guys. Have a great night.
Yeah,
Thank
man.
you very much.
You need, come out in
All right.
We need for sure. These folks here that we're completely dissatisfied with some of the things going on, and that we need to let our voices be heard. And like I said, another reason why all of you should come is because this is unprecedented. This is the first in the history of Jamaica. So come and be a part of history. Changing history that will cause change, because I'm telling you right now what I'm hearing, and Carlos has heard the same thing too. What I'm hearing is that they're not doing well these days in the halls of power in Jamaica. They're not, because they're looking at this and they really don't know how to handle it, because it's not something that they've ever had to face. So they really don't know what's going on. And when I say really don't know what's going on, I mean, they know there's going to be a protest, but they don't know how to deal with it, because they can't stop it. Them can't call the police department and say, take away the permit from them. Them can't protest. Them can't say, well, then you can only protest, make them protest just half hour. No, it's been approved. And we're going to have police protection out there as well. I don't know if that was ever mentioned, but we're going to have police protection out there. And so we're going to go out in our numbers, and we're going to let our voices be heard. And we're reaching out to the international media, local media, international media. We're expecting them there as well. So then we can also speak to them. They'll see our placards. They'll see our T-shirts with the messages. But then they'll also hear from us. They'll hear the messages coming out of our own mouths. And so we're going to talk about corruption in Jamaica at the highest levels. We're going to talk about certainly the Prime Minister's the failure to verify his statutory declarations for 2 years. We're definitely going to talk about that. We're going to talk about some investigation that he was involved in that the corruption prosecutor decided not to prosecute. We're going to talk about his request of the Governor General to proclaim states of emergency even after they were declared unconstitutional. So we're gonna, Dougie, show up and then you get the T-shirt, man. Show up a week from Friday. So we're gonna talk about all of these things. Oh, Catherine Daly, me and the talk at the town. Sound like a bread advertisement. I remember that one time. I think a HTB talk at the town, something like that. I don't remember. But anyway, we're going to talk about all of these things. And then, you know what, Jeffrey? I forgot to mention Amnesty International. They too look at, as part of their mandate, they look at human rights abuses.
Yes. And
certainly the state of emergency, they fall clearly within the scope of Amnesty International's mandate. So we're going to be talking about all of those things. We're going to talk about corruption, crime, the unfulfilled promises. We're going to talk about standing. You're right, Mark Peart, land of the free, Jamaica. Yeah. So that's why we're going to be doing all these things, because we can do them without fear, without favor, without friendship, without ill will. We're just going to go ahead and we'll just do what we have to do. Now, big up Ron James. Chairman Ron James, the
I was
real
just going to
police
say that to you.
commissioner. I have to say that to him. That man is the real police commissioner, by the way, people. So just keep that in mind. Anything else we left out, Jeffrey? Carlos?
The asking for the address again.
Oh, I didn't come back in. I just came back in now.
Oh, Rupert. The boss, I talked to Rupert.
Oh, yes. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead, my friend. Sorry.
Yeah, the boss talking to Rupert, you know.
So the boss is speaking to you.
No. My daughter just came in.
The boss, that the man. Junior boss.
Them run
Hi,
things.
boss.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good. How are you guys?
We're
doing
doing good.
great.
We're keeping up that late.
Oh yes, I see. He's always up late though.
Okay.
Okay.
So Rupert, you can't use the excuse you want to sleep. You hear that? You're up late every night.
No, I know, but yeah. Yes, anyway.
So folks, again,
yes,
we're going to beat this drum. Yeah. Support the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation. Just go to ojldf.org, ojldf.org. Make your contribution, because these are, we have some lawsuits as well that we have to file, and so we have to pay the lawyers in order to get access to the courts. So ojldf.org, ojldf.org, One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation.org. Just go there. Some nice articles there. Oh, by the way, if you want to look at the documents regarding the case that I filed, you can go and look at them. They're all there. So look at them and then you can make up your mind about what's going on. Is there anything else? And after
address,
this one,
give the address again, Mr. Rattigan.
What I'm thinking is that, it sounds like we're going to get a whole lot of people going to show up.
And they're asking for T-shirts. So how are we going to manage that?
Well, they can order them through brother Jamaica Carlos, because we can't afford all of them, right, brother Carlos? They can order some through you.
No,
brother Carlos.
we can let's start.
Hold on, Carlos. I think what we need to do is to tell the viewers to get their Jamaica's color. There's a lot of stores in around Miami that sell, and wherever you are, that sell the Jamaican color. Get the Jamaican color and wear the Jamaican color T-shirts out there. Because if we're going to take up that on our head to get all of them shirts.
What they can do, they can like. No, go ahead, Carlos.
Carlos, go ahead.
Carlos frozen.
Oh. It's frozen. What I think
They said put up the posters or the short video about the protest. Yeah, we're going to do that. And then Daniel, what about us in Canada? It's coming in to your neck of the woods pretty soon. We're gonna be in Toronto. Yeah. So but then you should also, when you come to the protest, bring a white T-shirt, because the T-shirts we have, they're white, but they have a message on the front. But just wear a white T-shirt, not a problem. And we'll have some banners out there, so that people can walk and things like that. And hey, if you want to hear Dr. Francis his best interview, you need to show up as well, because he's gonna be the man with the bullhorn. So anybody you see with the bullhorn, you just know that's Dr. Francis. Yeah,
and we're also trying to stream it live either on my channel here or Wilfred Rattigan. We're gonna try and stream it live, that people who can't be a part of it can see it live.
Right. And Carl Gordon thing is the same date in Canada as well. No, Carol. It's not the same date. The Canadian date, the date for the protest in Canada is a different date. We haven't decided on that yet, but it's a different date. This next week Friday, there'll be only one protest, and that's the protest in Miami. At a later date, we will do the protests in DC, New York, London, and Toronto. Somebody said open up super chat on Saturday. Gilly said Toronto and Eglinton Avenue in the spring. Okay. You can fundraise on protest day.
That's true.
Catherine, thank you so much, Catherine. Big up, big up, big up.
Before we go, there was a fire downtown Kingston.
When? Are we frozen? Are we frozen?
This happened today, Dr. Francis, since night.
Oh wow. Was there any serious damage or injury?
That's what we're trying to figure out now.
Jeffrey, before we go, you need to put up the information again where the or you can put up the permit.
Yes.
Or yeah, Marie, the one in the Canada will be in the spring when the weather gets a little bit better. I hope people can say that. It's 44 West Flagler Street in Miami. But between now and Sunday night, this information is gonna be so imprinted in your mind that you won't need to ask any questions because you're gonna hear it time and time again.
Hey, Ratty, me just get call from England today. I'm serious caller from England and group of people. They want to be a part of this historical movement, the protest day. So they want to know. So I've even sent the copy of the permit to them. So they want to know how they can get involved because this is history. And we're talking about with it down here. Remember, other people are hearing because there's a brother we talked to. He said if there's no protest in Canada, he's going to fly in and he's going to come to Florida. So this is what we do. This is called to action. Remember, guys, Jamaica people don't move until somebody influence our move by setting a bomb, giving us money, paying for vote or something. This is the first time in our life. This is the first time in our life we have ever get up and do something on our own without no influence of no politician. Not about a dollar or a dime, not about a case of water. We're doing this on our own. So this is kind of historical. So there are some people out there. This is call to action, people. I want you guys to understand. This is call to action. It is call to action. What can you do for your country? Ask not what your country can do for you. What can you do for your country? So if you guys are watching this video, you want to be a part of this, get in touch with Herb, Rattigan, one of us, and see how you can best serve. Some of you guys know about media, Jamaican in all different fields. So I'm not going to put you guys in a box. Watch my manners. I'm going to watch my manners today. We have Jamaican here in all different fields watching this video right now. Have a lot of different power and influence all over the place. And the know the country need to be saved. Guys, if you want, it's called call to action. We don't have to tell you what to do. Nobody didn't tell you what to do. A bunch of leaders come together and say, look here, Jamaica people can't do it for themselves. Make us do it for them. And in doing it for them, we set up ourselves for a safer retirement. Awesome. It's called call to action. Anybody that listen right us up. And any way you can put in anything, any effort to push this far down the road, you call us. Nothing is carved out in stone and rocks, people. This is historical. And when you're doing historical stuff, new stuff always pop up. So you have to leave room for miscellaneous stuff.
Yes.
All right, so it's called. All right, guys?
I just got a call a while ago. I'm sorry, call us to cutting you like that. Mr. Rattigan, I just got a call a while ago from one of our viewers that a gentleman from on Facebook who lives in Brooklyn wants to reach out to us. He has a church hall. He wants to start a demonstration. He wants to start a movement in Brooklyn, a demonstration. So he wants to get in contact with us. I'm trying to get his number and so forth to give to you. Okay, he want to speak to either you, anyone of us he want to speak to. So I'm going to need a number to give to you that you and him can correspond, sir.
Yeah, yeah, because I'll go look at his place. I'll go
Yes.
sit talk with him. Yeah.
I see people saying that sell the T-shirt to support the OJD fund,
That
the One Jamaica Legal Defense Fund.
I
it's an
agree.
idea.
I agree. I agree. I agree.
Carlos, I'm not hearing you.
Good idea, Ratty. Good idea, gentlemen. What? Someone turn up the mic. Turn up the mic. Mute guys. Mute the mic. Mute the mic. Mute the mic. That's what's happening here. Mute. Somebody needs to mute. So T-shirt need to be sold here because we want to keep this movement alive and well. That's a great idea. Instead of giving them away, Ratty, because we spend on them, we're gonna get the table and we're gonna sell them. And you guys, like we said, we do this at our own. Nobody never send no bus so we got pay for our own taxi, we own Uber, we own Lyft, we own plane, we own train. We got pay for our own parking spot. Nobody not help your people. It's called call to action. So good call. We're gonna sell them shirts.
We not get no curry goat now, no chicken back.
No.
Anyway.
Somebody in the chat, Douglas Allen said, JC, if we don't want to come overseas for come arrest me, when they get juke now, so them can't come. But somebody also asked, when do we start? It's from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. And then somebody reached out, another person reached out to me today and said that because people in Jamaica, obviously they can't join the protest and they're not going to get a permit in time to do one. They said what we should do is we should tell them in Jamaica to wear a particular color or do a certain thing on next week Friday to show solidarity with what's going on. So she said, look, if they can say, look, people, support us by just wearing black or wearing a white T-shirt or whatever it is, we can decide on this. She said, just let us know, and that they will act appropriately. So, or act accordingly. Yeah, Gilly, Jamaica call to action is written on the T-shirt. It is written on the T-shirt. Yeah, it's written on the T-shirt. You love the T-shirt, man, and I love the T-shirt, then, man. Yeah, you're right. We can set up a little stall and then sell them so we can make some money for file the lawsuits, them and do some other things. But yeah, Natasha says sell them and use the money to help finance the lawsuit. Yeah, Philip, you're gonna hear more about this tomorrow. You're gonna hear more about it Saturday. You're gonna hear more about it on Sunday.
Right during the week until Friday.
Right. No Ekron. You can't buy it online. You have to show up. Well, at some point you'll be able to get them online, but because we're so close to the event right now, we didn't factor that in. So okay, Marie Lizzie said Jamaican should wear the Jamaican color in any country as a form of support. Oh, look what Wellness Warrior said. No remittances that day.
I agree.
What do you guys think?
I agree.
No remittance. You know what? That's not a bad idea. It's not a bad idea. No remittances on Friday. So we can tell them that no remittances on Friday.
One cocoa full basket. Each of us need to donate $5 to the cause. I agree with you too.
Guys, I want you guys to know.
Yes.
I told Ratty that we're gonna have a marathon fundraiser for the One Jamaica Legal Fund, because as you know, it's a serious foundation, people. I want you guys to know that it's all about action. We do the work for talking. Now it's time for action. And like the person said in the comment section, if everybody was putting a $5, you know how much people are over here? So we will have a fundraiser drive on my page, on Jeffrey page, on Will page, on Wayne page, And everybody who is in support, not about bloggers who are in support, that's what we're going to have. And we're going to have the Zelle and the Cash App, and we're going to fix it, people. We're going to fix it. All right? Continue, Jeffrey.
Over to you, Mr. Rattigan.
Yeah, somebody is saying, no, don't stop it, because we need to eat down in Jamaica. Georgia Lynch, the family needs the food here in Jamaica. Don't stop the remittances. Marie Lizzie, yeah, we'll keep reminding you about the colors. Yeah, we have a plan for the overflow crowd. People have been asking, what if you get more than 49 people? We have a plan for that. It's not a problem. Get freedom, the flyers. The flyers, Carlos can talk more about the flyers and the distribution thereof.
Yeah, we have flyers, people, and we will have the flyers. We're going to put the flyers in all the Jamaican establishments. We have restaurants, we have barbershop, we have nail tech and hair tech, and all these Jamaican business places. We're going to get them up in there, people, so people can read it and see the time and what the cause is all about. All those 5 items that Dr. Rupert outlined in the letter will also be on the flyers, people, and we're going to move it forward. So we're going to go around and deliver this stuff to these kids as far as possible, far and wide. So that's a part of the move. The act we have to take, that's the action.
14 persons is at a time in front of 44, and we can move along, you can walk along, but you cannot congregate more than that in the confines of the embassy. That's all that means. So you can still be there, but we don't want more than 49, maximum 50 on that spot. So they can be right along for a half a mile down.
Right, but you can move more than 49. You just can't stay in that one spot.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So all the tens and thousands. So Jeffrey just put the date. Sorry, the address, the date, and the time. Mm-hmm. It's right there. If you go to 11:07 p.m., you see Jeffrey Tavares, Make We Talk. Mm-hmm. It's posted right there.
Okay.
That's right, Desreen. Not a bag of mouth. Action. OT said, will you be needing volunteers? You need volunteers?
Yes. We need volunteers. OT, of course, we need that.
OT, you need to reach out to Dr. Francis.
Yes.
Jeffrey Tavares and Carlos.
Yes. Carlos is there. And we have some nice ladies and some other gentlemen who are going to be helping us. You'll be surprised. Really good people who are there in the back of the, you know what I mean? Come on. It's going to be fun. It's going to be great. You're going to meet some wonderful persons, okay?
Some scamming billions in Jamaica said that, hey, look, maybe you should stop the remittances for one day just to see the effect on the banks. And somebody said people not gonna dead if them don't eat for that, if them don't get their money that Friday, because them will probably get the money there. But just to show the power, the influence, and the effect that we have. Carlos says Seymour saying we do some flyers. You know Seymour, right? It sounds like you know Seymour.
Well, I've been thinking about Ratty. We look at some of Jamaica having print shop and all type of stuff. You know, make we spend money to get all them stuff at print. Tune in, get involved with it. What can you do to help your country, people? You see this letter right here? Serious letter, Dr. Francis, right? You see that letter? Or something I got frame. You see that letter? Yeah. It's a history. I'm gonna frame this. Let me show you what else we're gonna frame. The permit. The history. Someone Jamaican people to be a part of this, people. Home and abroad, we cannot limit it to just us.
If we reach out the One Jamaica Legal Fund, all of those things we can do. People will assist us. We are always assisting. We have to go. We're not begging anybody, but we want them to understand. I don't know about Ratty. Him just not a good preacher. He can't beg nothing. Ratty can't beg nothing. They have to leave that up to me and Carlos. Me, when me done with my plate full and overflow, but look at him sit down there right now and hold his head. Me say him not, he can't beg you nothing. Me don't know where it come from. It can't be a man. Hey, all of you out there understand me. We cuss him all the while and said, Ratty, the only problem me have, you don't want to beg nobody. What wrong with you? You come from get it, you don't want to. No, man. You give me a plate now like church and see how much money we collect. Lord have mercy. Come on, yeah, man. We're ready for we make a one legal fund. Okay?
One more time. Guys, this is a very important moment in the takeoff of the plane ride. There are people who are listening and trust me. People who want to jump on the back. People on the back. Mute, somebody mute. Dr. Francis, I think you know. It's a very important moment in our takeoff, people, for a change Jamaica. Historical. So we definitely cannot limit people just to Florida. Because you have people in Africa and I say, boy, I want to be a part of this too. Be a part of it. And Jamaica people, you know this is a protest. That's why I said there are people who know to organize things just like what we're doing here. Jamaica, all over the world. Ask not what Jeffrey. Ask not what the country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. But now, that you know, Jeffrey.
I was continuing up. I'm sorry. I'm not continuing up, Carlos. I'm not continuing up at all. I was just saying that I got a call a while ago off air. A question for Rattigan. The ladies asking if the embassy, the Jamaican consulate, is hearing all about what is going to happen. Don't you think they're going to close that embassy for the day?
Look, if they want to close the embassy for the day, that's their business. That's their business. We can't tell them how to conduct their business. Likewise, they can't tell us how to conduct our business. So if they want to close it, and in fact, closing it is a sign of victory for us. It's a sign of victory for us because what it says is that we have so much influence and so much power that they're going to close. Because think about it. Think about it. It's the opposite in Jamaica. It's the opposite. The government will do whatever it wants to do. But here it's a different place. And so if they want to go and look at it this way, you can't hide. This thing cannot be hidden. The protest cannot be hidden. They would have known about it anyway before next week, Friday. So it's their decision if they want to close. We're not telling them to close. In fact, we would like for them to stay open. We would like for them to stay open. In fact, I'll go one further. We're begging them to stay open. Because we're not going to harm anybody. There'll be no physical violence or threats or anything like that. It's a peaceful protest. So, and we're not going inside the building. We'll be outside the building. So they can go to work and do their, do their, the government's work. And if they have interviews with people, if they have passports to deliver or whatever consular services they're going to provide, they can do it.
We love them.
Not plan
we
to
love
interfere
everybody
with
down there. We love everybody down there. We love them. Why would we? Yeah? No, it's not about them. It's about us. All of us.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, if them want shut down, that's their business. But what it's gonna show is that okay, all right. It's just gonna show that we have the influence and we have the we have the influence and now we are taking back the power. But we're not asking them to close down at all. And if they're listening, and I'm telling them right now, there will be no violence, no threats, no intimidation. So the staff at the consulate can come to work and do what is required of them. We're going to be outside. We're not going to be inside. We're not going to impede traffic in any way, shape, or form. In fact, I'll offer this. I'll submit this. Most of us who know the CG, we love the guy. We love him. In fact, I haven't heard one bad word about that man.
Nope. He's a
one bad word about that man.
He's a very hard-working consul general too.
I think that I think he's the hardest working Jamaican diplomat we have in America. People love him. He's everywhere. He's flying the flag. He shows up all the events. He does his own thing in terms of events that he's sponsoring and all that. We love him. But we are able to separate what he's doing from what the Jamaican government is doing to the Jamaicans in Jamaica.
Yes.
Right? We can separate him from that. And so the protest is not against him. And I want him to know, if he's listening, that we're not protesting against him. We're protesting against the government, what the government is doing. That's it. Andre, yeah, you can link me tomorrow.
Yeah, I met with the Consul General, and he's a nice man. I met with the Consul General. I personally met with that brother. That man is a very nice man. I have no issue with him. I want to know that. You come to work, brother. You come to work. A matter of fact, you could come outside and come take a picture with your own people. We are Jamaicans. Come take a picture with me. The man is a good. Him a watch right now, you know. Remember this, Carlos. Him a watch right now. We don't ask nobody. Okay, we are Jamaicans. We not take no place. I want Jamaicans. A Jamaica no say. Jamaicans overseas are decent people, you know. You never know that. Jamaicans overseas, we are very decent and classy, you know. Come at the protest and come see.
And Georgia, if the Prime Minister, put it this way, here's how it works, Georgia. He submits his statutory declaration, and they've been submitted already, but they have to be verified by the Integrity Commission. But even if they verify them, even if they verify statutory declarations, there's still corruption. There is still corruption, and you're going to hear about them over the next few days. The list of corruption that took place in Jamaica, and some of them they're still taking place. You're going to hear about them. So we're not going to stop because his statutory declaration has been verified. No, we're still gonna continue because it's not a one issue, and not only that, just the verification of his statutory declarations doesn't mean that there's no corruption or that's the end of corruption or that it's connected to corruption or it's connected to corruption. No, it's not. It doesn't mean that. So we're going to continue.
Yes. And for those who want to bring their Jamaican flag, go ahead and bring your Jamaican flag. Because I was asked in the chat a while ago. Mr. Rattigan, you saw the text I sent to you, sir?
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to close shop now because it's been a while. And I think we have, for tonight, we have gotten the message across. And for the next few nights, you're going to hear the message. It's going to be pounded into you so that you won't even need to ask. By Saturday night, it will be firmly embedded in your psyche that you won't have, you can say it in your sleep that, okay, the protest is going to be on Friday the 19th between 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. on Flagler, in front of the consulate. So, yeah.
And for those who want to get the live feed, remember to like, share, and subscribe to the Make We Talk Jeffrey Tavares YouTube channel. We're going to try our never best to simulcast it on Reason Rattigan, Jamaican Carlos, and this channel here.
And by the way, folks, when you show up, those of you who have poison pen letters, you can show up with them, because we'll read them. So you can show up with them, please. Richard said Jeffrey should advertise the protest every day until next Friday on your program on the bottom, like CNN. Yep, will be done. All right. So look, we've come to that point now where we have to call it a night. We want to thank you for joining us, staying with us, hearkening to the message, supporting us, advising us, guiding us, because this is not a one person show, a two people show, or three. It's all of us. We're involved in this. All of us are involved in this. And so we have to get the message out. We have to speak with a single voice against corruption, single voice against crime, single voice against all the issues raised by Dr. Francis. And by the way, Dr. Francis's letter, if you read it carefully, it just says, I think it says that there are more things, but it just lists like whatever, 4 or 5.
Oh, yes.
Should you think that those are the only 5 issues? The guest speaker will be Dr. Francis. Yeah, he will have he'll have the bully pulpit and he'll have the microphone. So
not me. No. You you'll be speaking to Mr. Rattigan, so I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, so I don't understand.
No, they're asking about the guest speaker. You'll be the guest speaker.
Okay.
So so we'll be there in our numbers. Can't wait. But while we're waiting, we're planning.
And we're praying.
Let me tell you something.
I like ideas because I'm seeing a lot of ideas come up. You know what I mean?
Yes.
So,
What,
like I said, we're all involved in this.
what you must know is that Marcus Mosiah Garvey, in 1905, I think it was, or 1908, I can't remember, had 500,000 to nearly 750,000 people in Harlem. And what I'm trying to say is that had they listened to him, the trajectory of what happened in America and throughout our countries would not be the same. And there was no fist fights, there was no bumps, it was just a question of doing the right thing. And things have changed a lot now. So I'm imploring you right now, get in the sense and tell Jamaica, listen, we need to be recognized. We are not second cousins. We need to be recognized and respected as we respect Jamaica. If we never loved Jamaica, we wouldn't do this. My God, it's not easy. Can you imagine? I wanted to sleep from about 5 o'clock, right? And I stay up here just to do the due diligence. Because we love Jamaica. Not to mention Carlos, that guy that looked like him never sleep. Ratty. Oh my God. I'm not even talk about him. That's a different matter. But anyway.
So what about me?
Oh, Jeffrey, you're always sleeping. I'm only messing with you. Jeffrey, Jeffrey. No, Jeffrey, you are busier than anybody I know. Busier like a bee, honestly, and that's a compliment, my friend. How you do it, I don't know. He's always... you have a talk show every day for the week, I think. Because I'm telling you, every day you call, if you see a call from, you better duck him because you know you're going to be on a show in another hour or so. So, no. So I thank you for that. I thank you for the platform. I really thank you for everything that you're doing. We're not going to all think alike and so on. But one thing I'm telling you, I'm happy that I'm here. And I wish other persons could have this experience that we can change our trajectory, can change our lives by just working together. That's one of the things. Don't let them divide and rule us, no matter what. The things that they're saying about us, let them continue. Because in the end, we shall overcome. Yes. And we will overcome. Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity.
And somebody before you go, somebody asked, Carl Allen was asking, what is the slogan? Carl, we're working on that. We have several slogans right now. And I don't think we'll settle on one. I think we'll settle on a few. So if you have one, Carl, please let us know. We might end up using it.
Well, let's just say a call for action is
one of the slogans.
One of the slogans, yes. That's the first slogan, a call to action. So, yeah.
So we must say on the behalf of all of us here, Wilfred Rattigan, Jamaican callers, Dr. Rupert Francis, Lion,
Tigo.
Oh Lord, come Ratty, help me because I want to sleep.
Tigo.
Oh, Tigo, yes, Tigo. Dr. Herb Nelson Jr. All the other Jamaicans who sit with us, who stand by us, who is there for us.
Isaac.
I'm going to do, and Isaac Buchannan, yes. Attorney at law, Isaac Buchannan. Everyone who came on, everyone who stood by us, everyone who's speaking and who is there for us, I want to say thank you very much. Remember to like, share, and subscribe to the Make We Talk Jeffrey Tavares YouTube channel. Like, share, and subscribe. Reason Rattigan, like, share, and subscribe with Jamaican Callers. Until you hear our voice again, may God bless you and may God bless Jamaica land we love. As I always said, we came there by labor plane, not by aeroplane or party plane. And we're going to drive a Jeep and signal the plane as usual.
Yes.
So come this Friday as we drive the Jeep and signal the plane with Dr. Rupert Francis and all of us. May God bless you and may God bless Jamaica land we love. Have a good night, everyone.
Take care.
Good night. Thank you.
All right.
Unity is strength. Make we reason. Make we talk. If we see corruption in any shape or form, we're going to highlight it. Make we talk. Jeffrey Tavares represents yard and broad and the entire diaspora. As long as it affects the life of our nation, uncover the truth. Make we reason. Make we talk. And we don't care about no vumva viva va. No upper echelon. Nobody is not above the law. As long as it now help Jamaica, make we talk.
Mm-hmm. When the game gets rough and this life just seems so tough, make we talk, my people, make we talk. When this town becomes an ugly place, don't let it erase the smile from your face. Make we talk, people, make we talk. Conversation is the key, a guiding light for you and me. Spark a talk and you will see. Conflict solver A to Z. World leaders master the art of self-defense just by talk. So people, make we talk. Hey, we're living in a world that on ourselves we must depend. Make we talk.